Welcome everybody! Today we're running a dual stream. As you can see, I got the two webcams set up here. Hello. I'm fixing an issue which I have had for the longest time, which is whenever you have a computer under a desk, like I got my desk right here, if you ever need to unplug anything, it's a real pain in the ass. Now imagine you're a YouTuber and you need to swap things fairly regularly. You've got like 2, maybe 3 front I/O tops. So, something that popped into my head probably about 2 months ago, and then I talked a little bit about it on stream for a bit, and then the idea got waylaid. Then I found this for $20, which hopefully it's the same one that's inside that's on the box, because the one that's on the box is one that I was looking at on Amazon. It's not a particularly great case or anything like that. It looks okay. But we're going to turn it around anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And this is very specifically designed to have a housing at the bottom, which can very easily be turned around. And eventually what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick a drive dock holder thing in there, so I can also put in drive bay stuff. Now, I'm not going to put in like CD drives or anything like that. That's not what I would do that for. What I would do that for is to have the because I want more I/O. I populate all my USBs immediately, but it also does an extra thing. It allows me to read memory cards. That's what it is. And I will fairly often need to read memory cards for other videos. I haven't done other videos in a while, but that's because I've been doing a whole bunch of other stuff, just house maintenance that I haven't been able to do for the longest time. Welcome, Nate Wack, by the way. Like, you're the only one that said hello in the chat. I should have started with that, but hello and welcome. So, I have never done a mod case before. This will be my first one. I got my tools here. I'm about ready to go. So let's start by opening her up. These are not all the tools I have, by the way. These are just the main power tools that I'm guessing we're going to need today. I believe that there's some rivets I'm going to need to be undrilling, but I don't know if I have the right sort of rivets to go back in. Because I only have like the roofing style rivets, where it's got like the big fat long back end sort of thing. Like you pull it out and it leaves like a nubbin. I feel that the sorts of poppers in these would be like a very tidy package. Hey, Dumb Square, welcome. And Dylan R, welcome as well. Alright, let's bring her out. Can I lift her up vertically? No, alright. So, this was new in box. The person said that they ordered it and then just said they didn't need any more. That was a weird song intro. Are we okay? Good?
I can tell we need to talk about things, so I'll let you start. Yes, I'm listening. Oh, I understand that.
This is sounding like that you blocked me on Facebook, now you're gonna die song.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy, because the last time...
Thank you, Ryan Stasic. Okay. Let's get these off. Okay. I also have my own cooling fans, so I'm going to be using those as opposed to what comes factory. And I'm not sure if I'm going to reverse the flow or not. I don't think I will, for a very good reason. Okay. Yeah! We'll do the peel at the end, because I don't want to scratch it until I'm done building. But how do I take this off? What do we got here? It has been about a month and a bit since I've actually properly looked at what this is. Finally able to watch a stream, and it's not a BeamNG one. I am very sorry about that. We're just doing some experimenting today. Something I've not done before. I make mods in games, why not mods in real life? There's a huge space here for I'll turn it around so you can see it. Fans to go in here, and it feels like it could go even like in this cavity here. But one of the things, that's right. I got a top-mounted thing, but not a top-mounted on fascia thing, so I could undo this and flip it around. So, yeah, they have rivets. What sort of rivets are they? Very small ones. I don't think I have small rivets. I might have to use small nuts and bolts, which I don't mind doing because there's like a chunky gap here where there's meant to be like a radiator thing, so it's not really going to interfere with things. But I do have to start thinking about how the airflow is going to be. Now, I was going to reverse the flow, so then it would always be drawing cold air from the main section of the room and then blow the hot out the back. And it gets really hot back there, especially during summer, but I've got ventilation outside directly behind it. So this is not the worst room I've ever had for that sort of design. What I realized last night was if I have all of the flow going this way, the GPU is always still going to blow that way. So that is a problem. Because, like, that's fine, blowing hot air out that way. The problem is we have an intake right here. And I don't really want to draw air in here. Because hot air rises. It'll rise up and then go down here. Kind of, vaguely. That's the general idea. Now, it's okay. I like watching all of your videos, even the IRL channel. Ah, thanks! Much appreciated there, Dylan. Or I'll just call you Dylan. So what I'm thinking is it is going to have to blow out frontwards. But I'll have it angled away from my legs at least, because during summertime, ooh, it gets really hot in here. Okay. Got the cables around there. Okay, so let's start by... We're not going to turn the PSU stuff around, because I think that's fairly simple. Or at least not for now. Let's take the other end of the case off. Sweet. Now, let's take this front off. And this is going to be the back of the computer case, because I could even maybe not put it on. No. That is going to need some sort of filter pad sort of thing to stop dust getting in. This is where I live is a very dusty area, so that's going to create way too much dust. So what do we got here? I'm seeing some screws. I can drill and I can tap if I need to do those sorts of things. We've got a screw here. Okay, so this screw is holding in this. But we have the same gap over here that we have here. But no, when I turn it around, it's going to be up here. And then this gap... Alright, well, let's see how it goes. This is why I'm pulling this computer apart before I pull apart my main one. Where are my drill bits? Alright. I do a lot of work around the house and whatnot, so I have lots of big drill bits. None of these drill bits... Oh... They're like a double taper sort of thing. That's a problem. Is it? Yeah, it's a problem. Shit. Probably gonna read hot in your... Or be hot in your room in summer while doing something intensive. Yeah... Luckily, I have a very strong AC. It is just a bit noisy, but that's something that I've come to live with. If there's a noisy AC in a video, I'm sorry, Brian. It's just going to happen like that. Give me a second. I'm going to go see if I have another set of drill bits that don't have a double taper. I'll quickly show you what I mean. you can kind of see there, it's got a second smaller point. And that's not what you want for drilling out rivets. Alright, I found some stuff. Not many drill bits in here left. I have a habit of losing and breaking them. Alright. Just grab the biggest one, I suppose. Hello, Pip Pip. Oh, you're all toasty and warm from the sunlight, aren't you? It's cold, isn't it? Oh. Good girl. Yeah, you are. Oh, you're adorable. Yeah. Good girl. Go to bed. Good girl. Alright. Drill. Ugh. Cute dog, late, but hello. Welcome, Border 140 Tame. Welcome back, bro. Bit of an OG there. Butch, welcome. How's it going? Phil, man, I may need you to build me a PC. My house is haunted. PC broke. Built a new one. Now I have two with the same issue, despite sharing 0 parts. Maybe you have bad electricity to your house, and it's just... Because I know if you get a sag in voltage, that can damage your GPU. So if you have a bad PSU, or power supply unit, it can sometimes undervolt your graphics card and damage it. Or at least that's how it used to be yonks ago. I've not heard any updates upon that ever, so I'm assuming it's always been the same. But I am literally building a computer today. What's the specs of the build PC? The PC I'm building is going to be exactly the same PC, just a different case. So I can have it pointing out the other direction. So I can have all of this lovely I/O stuff pointing forwards. And all my monitor cables, all that sort of stuff. And have it under my desk at the same time, so I don't have to... I have a standing desk, so what I'll do is I'll raise the desk up and I'll kind of start crawling around underneath. Still unpleasant. Both systems are running on different PSUs. Oh, okay. Weird. Oh, Jeebus, I sure hope the backwards will be computing. I see what you did there. And one system is now on integrated graphics and is getting a blue screen during Windows install. Maybe you do have a voltage problem. And I don't mean PSU, I mean like to your house. That can be a thing. Especially now with power companies sometimes struggling to keep up with the inconsistencies of green energy. Which, I like green energy. But they have not well adapted to creating systems to level it out a lot. And they know what they need to do, they just don't want to. Gonna be disappointed if I find out your name isn't Phil. Alright, let's... That's the wrong way. Okay, I did it, but I went a little bit too far there because I let the drill go too fast. Alright. Let's use a screwdriver to get off the last bit. Oh, this could ruin the paint even more. Alright, well, maybe I don't want to do that. Did I ruin this drill bit? Oh. Oh, it is spinning it. Oh, it's spinning the whole rivet, is it? Okay. I have drilled a lot of pop rivets in my day. Never have I ever had the back end of a pop rivet spin, and I don't know why I've never had that happen before, because it logically makes so much sense that it would just spin. I thought the drill bit had gone blunt. I was like, aren't pop rivets aluminium? Okay, let's jam a screwdriver back there or something. Yeah, oh. Wait, hold on. Hold on, where are we? Okay, it's right there. You know, I set the playlist to be rock today, and it keeps playing this, like, Caribbean music. Is it Caribbean or Caribbean? Okay, so that's what I'm looking at. Let's try that again. Nope, that's not doing it. Can you stop spinning? Oh my god. There we go. Getting there. There we go. Alright, almost. There we go. Well, that's going to make it hard to get off, because that one's going to be like a bit of a dowel. But it'll be fine. Next. Why is there so many rivets on this? Could they not have conjoined some of their riveting? I mean, this one has a thing around it, so... That's weird. I don't know why that's... Sure. They didn't want the extra rigidity for some reason. Let's get a Phillips head on that. Other screw there. Which one's which? There we go. Yeah. What do you think will be your next BeamNG project is going to be? Well, I've got the next two videos recorded. I just have to edit them. One's not going to be completely solid, and the other one's going to be a bit of a troll. That's it. That's all you're getting. UPS battery backup, not PSU? Maybe a bad UPS then. Oh. You're already spinning? Ah! Yep, you're already spinning. What's the feeling back there? What can I jam something on that? What if I just press lighter? Will that make it spin less? Okay, it's kind of working. Oh. Hey, that works! Just go super fucking blastastic fast. And jiggle it around a bit. Okay, yep, nope, that's how we do it. There we go. Hey, they're all done. Alright, Oh, okay. There's some on the sides as well. I'm gonna take you off. We don't need you. Good. I'm going to be honest. If companies are trying to cut costs all the time, and this is a fairly affordable chassis, they have been really inefficient with their pop rivets here. Because this is the same panel as this, but they got a pop rivet here and here to pop rivet the same part. That's a choice. I mean, I suppose if you're expecting your users to move the computer case around a lot, like maybe to LAN parties and whatnot, but do people do LAN parties anymore? Is that a thing? I really don't want shavings getting into here, but I also don't want to take it out. What am I looking at? Just cover it up with this plastic bag that's zip tied to it. See how that goes. There we go. New PC is great. Huge upgrade from the RX 580. The RX 580 is a pretty old GPU in it. I got a new PC recently, upgraded from my 2600X to a 58 to a 580. Wait. I'm very confused. Oh, okay, you're also talking about your CPU. Fair enough. Jellycar confirmed. And I know what the troll one is, I think. We'll give it a bit. I have to do the editing. I still like Jordan as my editor, as the person outside of editing, but I think he's tired of doing my stuff. So I will be looking for a different editor. We had a talk. I made the decision to go with doing it myself, which I don't mind doing. It's just I'm thinking if I want to release more stuff than like a video a month, I don't know how Jordan feels about me taking back editing over. I do like him though. I think he's a good friend. And he's also good in the community. I always thought that he was just a really cool guy, and I always felt a little bit intimidated by him because he's always a bit, like, really cool. He's like one of those sorts of guys. Okay. There we go. She coming apart. Anything holding her on? There's a bunch of pop rivets along here, but I think they're holding like a secondary bracket. Or is it the back plate of this? You know what? I think I figured it out, because I couldn't see what it was before, but now that I think about it, this back plate folds in to... I don't know why it folds in. But as you can see, it comes up here, then to here. Then it folds this way, then that way, so it can be pop riveted up against here. Now I know what these pop rivets are, because I was trying to look in there earlier and I couldn't figure out what it was. I'm gonna change out this drill blade. It's a little too big for the hole. What size have we got here? 8.5. Nah, let's try that one. Alright, well, it doesn't want to fit in the 8.5. I got no 9, so I'll put it in the 9 hole. It's one of the advantages of having a half-completed drill bit kit. What happened? Something happened. I saw it in my peripheral. Not sure. Okay. Ah! My fingernails. Okay, yep, no, this does have to come unscrewed. Because I just realized it's sitting on the underside of this back panel. Or interior panel. Bit of a weird way of doing it, but okay. Now, will this come separated? Yes, it will. Alright. Ah. Do I have a hammer of any sort? I do not. I forgot that that's what you can do. Completely forgot. Hey, there we go. It's been decapitated. Let's clean up all of these dingleberries. Do people even do LAN parties anymore? Yikes. I mean, there's big events. I remember LAN parties being when I was a kid. I only did like 2. It was just like we wanted to play games. Internet wasn't very good. Playing internet games weren't very good. So you would just carry your computer over to a friend's place and just hook up a network cable directly between the 2 computers often. So I think it's a fair assumption to not know. I know that Linus Tech Tips does his big LAN events, but I feel that that's more of an outlier than anything else. I like Linus. I watch Linus a lot. I've never even given a second thought to his LAN parties, now that I think about it, because I'm in a different country. That's a big expense. And it's also not very green, is it? Ow! Ooh. Got a bit of a nip from that one. And I bent the tab. This is very weak and flimsy metal here. But I suppose me not going to Linus's thing is an example of why celebrities... Hey, thanks for the $5! That's why celebrities do world tours for their events. But Linus is unapologetically Canadian. I'm half Canadian, so I could get citizenship and then go and work over there, but then I would be too close to America at this point in time, and no, this is problematic. I don't want to get invaded. Up. There we go. Come on. Ugh. Yeah. These are the shittest pliers. They are, like, nearly 30 years old, or 20? Nearly 30 years old. They do not line up anymore. Is this spinning the back end as well? Oh, it's not. Okay, it's just being shit then. Oh my god. Please? There we go. There's going to be a lot of vacuuming after today to make sure it doesn't get into my carpet too much. But I think I'm kind of SOL on that one. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Oh, no. No, we're not quite done yet. We got this one to go. Oh, okay, that came out. Okay. This'll be the do or die. This is the thing that needs to work, because the button needs to be on the same side as the I/O. I would have liked it if the buttons were this way, and not this way. But it's what I got. Stolen on me next? What? He didn't give a sub. He gave a follow. Now this has like weird hooks on the back. I have never thought about what those are for. Are they for this? No. Is it anywhere else? No. Wait, it's on the front. What is this song? It's way too hyperactive for me. No. I don't think that's for this. Can anybody tell me... I'm gonna full screen this so I could see it myself. On the front, you got those little hook bits. Anybody know what those are? They're like, just kind of punched out. But they're hollow through there so you could stick things through it. But not big enough for a cable or anything. It's very small. He's cool, I like his video. Hey, thanks, Rail. Oh, you mean Butch. The reason why I ask is because I know from Cosmo's videos. Ah, you're talking about Butch. Yeah, Butch is pretty cool. I like Butch. We did a video together. Maybe again at some point. We'll, he was meant to be in one of my videos. I forgot to edit him in. I think he wants me to donate to him. Oh, okay. I'm broke after recent PC purchase, lol. I only got the case. That's the only thing we're doing today. If there's other upgrades, they'll come at another date. Like, one of the things I want to do is I want to upgrade the CPU. Because it's only... I mean, I've got it written in the description of videos. I don't know if I got it here. But it was like, I think it's a 60... It's like a... just below mid-level sort of area for an AMD 6 series. But I want to upgrade it to more cores and more cache, because BeamNG can be very CPU heavy. My RX 580 was shitting itself and an upgrade was needed. The RX 580 is quite old. You know how I put water on my computers? They were fine, by the way. I did realize, that's when I realized how bad that computer case was, and I was like, yeah, okay, I am going to get a new case. That case is caked with, like, there was so much dust on it that it started to corrode through the metal, and we're getting some, just like, really stuck on stuff, and I would have had to have completely taken it all apart and then used actual, like, scrubbing liquid to clean it all up. But, I downgraded my recording PC from a 1080, which I sold. I still have it, but it's sold. That was the old GPU I had for the longest time, until, like, last year. I downgraded it to an Intel Arc 310 Eco. A little puny, piss-weak card, uses very little power, and that was the second reason why I wanted to do it. The first reason I wanted to do it was so I could do AV1. Unfortunately, YouTube streams don't do AV1 in ultra-wide. Now, I didn't need to do today's in ultra-wide, but I had two webcams up. I wanted to do it that way. I just realized I don't have my donation stuff on screen. I should, you know, I'll quickly set that up. What am I looking for? Is it browser? It'll be one of these. What do we got in here? No, that's on stream. Give me a second. Stream Elements is the one I want. Okay. Cool. Right in the middle. It'll block fucking everything. It'll do. Alright. There we go. Sorry that didn't get your donation up on the screen. Need a new PC soon. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, Phil. I like your videos too. Thank you. I'm assuming that's why you would be here in the first place. Alright, top panel. Now that we've done a little bit of investigating and looking at things, this was used to hold that panel buttons in place. So that's going to have to get changed. This is the thing. Oh, okay. I'm just noticing that some of these would be in front and some of these would be behind. Hey, there we go. $2 it is. It does work. Did it show up? Is it up? I can't actually see it. Oh, no. I think it just went away as I went to check on it. What? You would be correct. Alright. This doesn't want to... Alright, what if you go under on this side? Over there, nope. Over then? Oh, you just don't like to... Oh, hey, look at that. There's a pop rivet here. I think I'm going to cut a notch out here. What about on the front? Front's going fairly well. Okay, that's good. Yep, there's that notch. That's good. That's good. It's just this. Needs to be drilled out. Do I go take this to my drill press? Because this is going to be very flimsy. Which means I'll have to take like a 5 off. Another $5. Jesus. Okay.
Good work.
Thank you. Why did that one give sound and the other one didn't? Oh, there is something on the screen. What is that? Oh, damn it! It went away. I'm gonna try to make the screen bigger so I can see what's happening. I don't want to go too big. There. Okay, now I'll be able to see it a little bit better. Oh, there is a huge exposure difference between these two cameras, isn't there? Yeah, alright, let's go ahead and change that. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Set and filter. Offset compression. Color correction. Brightness. That's not working, is it? Alright, let's add another. Color correction. 2. Brightness! Ah! Then bring that contrast back. Oh, this is terrible. Oh my god. How that? Do they look a little bit more matching now? A little bit. Camera setup is nice. Well, it's nicer now. I'm going to try drilling this out by hand. Blech. This is going to bend so fucking easy. I think I'm going to down the size and I'm going to try. I've never quite done it like this, but you know how you put a drill in and then you try to move the drill around to widen out a hole? I'm going to try to do that. But not by drilling a hole, but just by immediately going straight into the sideways movement. I don't think this drill bit is going to like it and it's going to do a very good job. So, and it's just going to move along, isn't it? Yep, no, that's not going to work. Alright. I should probably center punch this first. Hey! Hey, now I can do this sideways. No, I can't. Nope. Oh, this is terrible. Oh, I hate it. Oh. Oh, this is going to be in videos of how not to do things. That's terrible. How far up does this need to go? Shit. This has gone poorly. Imagine that it looks really good. I'm just going to keep it at a distance. That's not because I don't want you to see it. I did it in the wrong place, didn't I? Get going. Oh. Okay, well, there's also that. How's that line up? I can't. It's too dark. Is the front narrower than the rear? Okay. Yeah, I also went the wrong way. But it is lower. So I don't have to go in very far, but I do have to bring it back this way a bit. I'm basically using this as a metal router right now. I'm going to show up in a textbook at some point, aren't I? I was like, this is what not to do. Damn it. Now it's going to have a hook on it. Okay. Mm. So close. If I just push it over. Hey, look at that! Perfectamundo. And by perfectamundo, I mean near enough. Okay. What are we doing here? I want that to go. There we go. Why? Oh, okay. Next issue. These are... I don't know what the exact term is. I'm just going to use embossed. These are indented. And that means they're embossed on this side. And then there's this panel here. You know what? I'm going to start up a poll. Let's do this. I want to ask if other people would buy this case. Like, do you reckon there's a market for this sort of thing? Start a poll. Ask a question. Would you... Let's try spelling that in English. Would you buy a case like this? Obviously, neater and cleaner than mine. This is only for people that would buy cases. Yes, no, and then an unsure maybe. That can mean a whole bunch of different things, the unsure and maybe. But I'm just going to leave that poll up for basically the whole stream. Yeah. Okay. Let's hope we now avoid that embossment. Oh, it fits on so much easier now. What the hell? This side doesn't. What's happening here? Okay, that's what's happening. There we go. Good. Like a glove! Awesome. It's still a little bit pushy here, but that's worked out really well. And, okay. There was extra support pop rivets here, but we're going to have to do away with those because this is now bent down. I'll have to be careful with putting the, like the motherboard in. I don't want to stress the back plate too much because it will just flex a little bit now. Blech. Not the worst thing. I don't move my computer around very much, and I'll just be careful when I do. Here's a top tip. Don't fuck it up. Hope this helps, tip. How do you plan to pull this off? Well, I do have... I could actually just use some, like, not quite self-tapping, but like that sort of, just drywall screws in there. To be honest. Just get a button head. I have a bunch of screws in my shed. I'll have to go get some. But I'm going to try pop riveting as well, though I think the pop rivets I have are, like, fucking gigantic compared to this. Actually scared for your fingers because you are pushing the drill directly into them. I wasn't? I was being careful of, like, where I was pushing the drill towards. They were near my fingers, but they were being pushed away. I've injured myself enough to know to move knives and things away from extremities. Hogzack, that's one way to put it. I just want a ton of USB ports anywhere. Yeah. So we're moving all the USB ports to this side now. And the buttons are going to be towards the front. How does that work now? Let's... Is this... Oh, this is just like the sort of tie that you would get in a grocery store. To tie up your grocery, your bags. Kind of thought that would be a little bit more sophisticated than that, but alright. How do you go in now? There is a problem with having too many... I think it's USB 3 ports? Or is it USB 2? There was something to do with certain types of inputs. I know one of them is a camera. You can't have too many of the same sort. So, say for instance, I have a VR headset. A lot of those cameras sometimes will be registered as actual, like, webcam sort of things. So you can have only have a certain amount of those sorts of things. And I have 2 cameras at the moment. So if I had also 2 cameras, and they were also on the same USB group sort of thing, it would just stop recognizing some or all of them. That's a sort of an issue that I've had to be concerned about in the past, which is why I got a USB... not a daughter board. PCI card. But yeah, so that's fine. The cables are now going to be dangling out the front, but I think I can route it in here. So let's... Okay. It's a bit much to fit in there. They don't fit in. But then, that'll go like that. Do we keep that fan there anyway? I'm not sure. Yes, Butch13 is a YouTuber. They do BeamNG modding stuff as well. When I was sat and my parents got me a pocket knife, but didn't bother to teach me how to use it, so whatever I tried to use it to cut the box open, I held it backwards, and it snapped back and cut. Oh. I know that switchblades or like flick knives, those sorts of things are illegal here in Australia. This one kind of just gets around it. So this will fling open, and then you've got a... Nope, hold on. Got a knife in here. You're meant to be right-handed in using this, but I'm left-handed. So I know that these sorts of things, because the definition was very open, but it also comes down to what the government wants to enforce as well. So for those of you that were around a long time ago, you may have seen that I had gel blasters, which are kind of like airsoft. They made airsoft... Oh, wait, no. They made the definition for firearms, which we're not allowed to have unless you have a very legitimate reason, and self-defense is not considered a legitimate reason. Anything that used compressed air was considered a thing. What they were trying to get was air rifles. What they got in that was airsoft. Not great. But the police didn't actually seem to mind because people were using airsoft for gun crimes, to threaten people. And it is illegal to make people feel unsafe in public, or like feel like they're being threatened. So you can't just be like, oh, I wasn't threatening her, I was just joking, sort of thing. That's illegal. But people were still using these sorts of things to do things that they shouldn't. But I think what it was is used compressed air. But Nerf guns use a plunger to move to project darts out. But they weren't banned. So we got gel blasters, which basically worked the same as a Nerf gun, except it was electronic, as opposed to a lot of the Nerf ones were still like pump, or like hand pumped. And then they got eventually banned gel blasters, not because of the designation, because people were like, but that's what Nerf guns are. Like, you're basically banning Nerf guns, and the police just never said anything about it, which means that they knew. They just hoped that the problem went away, and it did. Where's I going with this? I think I was talking about the definitions of weapons, but yeah. So I used to do gel blasters, and that got taken out because the police, that's what it was. Police chose how to enforce the law, even though it was not a perfect law. Here in Australia, according to people that study law, we have a lot of legal stuff that is, you'll know it when you see it, sort of stuff. So they leave laws vague, so then the police can pick and choose what they feel is fair at the time to do. But a lot of what ends up being, a lot of the time, is what mood the cop is in, is whether they'll enforce something or not. And that's shit. But at least it gives the police a lot more discretion, but they will slam down on things like gel blasters and specifically come out and say, we've done some studying, and in the labs we found that these gel blasters work exactly the same as the things that are illegal, so they're not allowed. And everyone goes, Nerf blasters! And the police are like, oh, look at the weather. Those clouds are rolling in, aren't they? Like, what the hell? I think it would have been fine if they had said that you can't, because they say replica guns. Replica firearms, technically, because it's firearms and things that are banned. You can't have replica firearms. They could have changed the definition, or expanded the definition of firearm to be things that look like real guns, or could be easily confused as real guns. That way, we could have had airsoft and gel blasters, but have them look like toys. Have them look like Nerf guns. It would have been a little bit lamer, but at least we would have had that hobby as a choice. We just don't have that. I have the Antex Flux Pro case. It's huge and has a massive airflow, but the I/O is not great. Whenever I buy cases these days, I try to make sure that it has like 5 1/4 or 3.5 inch bays. That way I can put in bay drives. But unfortunately, I've been using the back ends of my computer so much, I don't get around to using the front stuff as well. And they also tend to fail, but I'm planning to do that at some point as well. I'm going to move the PSU to the back side, which I have the room to do. We're going to disconnect this at some point, which is screwed in place. That's really easy, luckily. Okay, well that's apparently done up by Arnold Schwarzenegger. There we go. Oh, and it's pop riveted in. Really? Oh, I'm dropping everything apparently. Ah! I don't think so. Why isn't it letting you reply to a message? Do you stream on Twitch as well? Me, or are we talking about Butch? Stream is so delayed. No, I'm just delayed at reading. Oh, okay. That's weird. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, okay. No, I see what that is. Wait, what the f... Oh, okay, so it's to itself. What is... Oh, okay. Oh! Oh! I see it now. It slides in and locks into place. That's what it was. Okay. So this is going to get moved over here at some point. I don't know if I'm going to do that right away. That can be a project for another day. But I will have to be worried about shavings and whatnot. I don't know whether my PSU blows downwards or not. I think it just has... I think it only has the two-way. I think it only goes this way, so it should be fine if I was to move it to this side. All I'd have to do is drill out the holes to have it fit in place, and it would be hunky-dory. I think I just gleeked. Let's try not to gleek on the computer components. Gleek. Okay. I'll go on recycling. That is bent. With the loot. Making a mod for real life? Yep. I guess he does more than mod BMG. Sometimes, yeah. He's making a config for his case. Yeah. Mod my bank account. Don't hackers do that currently? Well, hackers. I say scam artists. They do that. They'll use a computer sharing thing where they get to see your screen and everything. And then when you go to look at your bank stuff, they'll black out your screen and then say, oh, some sort of error, I don't know what's happening, whilst they're going in and they're pressing F12 and editing the code. Alright. I'm going to get some button heads and some pop rivets and my pop rivet gun thingo. And then we're going to come back and we're going to try attaching this hardcore. Alright, you know what, I'll play an advert. Enjoy that. What's this? Insert ad? Great. Huh! Hello. Oh, there we go. Sometimes when my headset disconnects, it just doesn't like to reconnect. Alright. For crying out loud, Phil, what are we talking about? No ad for you? Nice. Good. Everyone should be channel members. Ublock Origin got my goat. Fair enough. I mean, you just sat there watching a blank screen for no reason. Fluffy, just joined the stream, instantly says, let's play an ad. Enjoyed? Did you enjoy that? Was it a good ad? So, I use YouTube Premium. I got it during the adpocalypse back in the day, and I've had it ever since, even though I hate the price increases. It is like, the price increases are just insane. They do not pass on that much anymore. But the thing is I get no ads, but it also allows me to support the creators. Which, I would support those creators, but not anybody in Hollywood. I'll use uBlock on not being a pirate. I use it on like Amazon, all that stuff. Fuck Amazon. They suck. I do have small pot rivets. I've not done small pot rivets before though. Are these the right size even? They are. But I'm also not going to tell you to not run an ad blocker if you don't want to. That is entirely your choice. What is the size comparison here? No, this one's too small. I've got a few different types of pop rivets here. What about... those ones look bigger. Oh, this is hard to get into. What about you? What about me? That's an Australian song. Nobody else will get that. Only Australians will. Shit. These are the worst, like, what are they called? Dime bags? Oh my god! They're so shit! Open! Fuck it. There we go. How are those size comparisons? Yeah, they look okay. The big thing is that they fit in. They're a bit loose. You know what these dime bags feel like? They feel like they're made out of, like, Glad wrap. Not thick Glad wrap. Just the cheapest Glad wrap. There we go, this one opened. And these are the biggest ones I have. And they don't fit. Okay, it is the intermediary ones then. Intermediate size ones? These ones. Alright. Now, I have never changed out a bit on this pop rivet gun. Will this size work? I don't even think it'll fit in the current one we've got. What's going on? What the hell? Oh. Wait, no, I'm confused. I don't know how pop rivet guns work anymore. What? Oh, the handle was coming up. Okay, yeah, no, that looks like it'll work on the biggest. I don't want to change the tip out. Okay, there we go. Hey, look at that! One pop rivet, Dunskies. I might actually change the tip out. Yeah. Yeah. Or not. No, maybe that is just the right size. Alright. No. Ignore me. No, it's not that one. Oh, it's these ones. Alright, you next. Alright. Good. I know that they're not the right color. I might just put some Sharpie over it. Here we call them Texas. I think in America they're Sharpies or marker. Why does it not want to go that way? Yeah. There we go. There we go. Small realignment. Just moving things around. Get a saw back, because I'm leaning over something and I'm fat, and that makes me have to pull back further. Yeah. Okay, now the troublesome one. Why? So close, but yet so far. Why? Well, that's close. That got me very close. Does this handle come off? It does. Good. Let's get rid of that. Okay. It's in. Okay. Now to do the sides. That is a very flimsy bit of metal there. Do you just randomly have rivets and a rivet gun? I mean, I've used them in the past, so yeah. I do a lot of IRL stuff around the house. Pop rivets aren't used as much anymore, but you'll still get use cases for them, and sometimes they'll get used on cars as well. You use them there. And, you know, aeroplanes and whatnot. I'm joking, I don't have an aeroplane. But they do get used a lot on airplanes. I don't know if they get used as much anymore. I feel that there's probably more efficient ways of doing it. They probably still use it a lot. Is it not common if you have like a whole bunch of tools to have a pop rivet gun? So the thing is, you only need a pop rivet gun once. So you go out and buy it, and then you have a pop rivet gun and pop rivets. It used to be used a lot on roofing. Oh, I was watching 10 Seconds Behind, your special. I'm also not reading like the most recent ones. I just kind of like... my eyes get attracted to the middle of chat for some reason. We know Starforge. Starfrog is what that says there. What are we talking about? You pay Phil directly by being a channel member. I mean, it's not the most direct. YouTube takes a fair chunk of that. Wait, does YouTube Premium stop ads for live streams? I won't need to be a channel member anymore? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I get paid more per view for you to be a premium member, so it still works for me. But yeah, if you're ever a channel member for a channel, and especially for more than one channel, get YouTube Premium. It's going to be more efficient, especially if you have a family. But you can also just use an ad blocker if you really want. That is, I try not to move people to my Patreon because it's more about supporting me. You don't really get a lot from it, though you do get access to all mods, basically the moment that they're in a finished enough state that they can be shared. So like the last two videos, mods, have been up on Patreon now for quite a while. I think one of them's been up for about a month. No, it wouldn't have been a month. No, it'd be about a month now, yeah. Okay, are we done with all these pop rivets? I think we are. Okay. The chassis is now permanently fixed together. That's coming together pretty nicely. You know what? I am unsure. I might move the power supply to the back, because there's no point in having the power supply's cable going to the front. It would just be... I could have the computer be... I'd have to have it closer to the power point. Of which, I have a lot of power points in this room. It's one of the first things I did. I got an electrician in, had to put in a bunch of power points, and it cost a fair, sizable chunk of money. I think that is one of the single most expensive things I paid for, but just having lots of power sockets as opposed to using like 15 power boards. I got 15 power points put in. It's on the far side of the house from the power board. I think it was like $550 or something. So it's a fair chunk of money. But I immediately populated them all, and I'm still running a power board. Unfortunately, you can't have more than 15 things on a circuit. So I'd have to pay even more again to have another circuit in. Though the wiring and all that sort of stuff would probably still not be too bad. Like, they could just put it side by side. And I could have had double the amount. I could have had 30. Which, to be honest, I probably should have done. I think I'm shy by only about... like 6 power points of the amount that I need. Now, it's not that I need all of them plugged in at the same time, but I hate trying to be like, wait, which one's this? Okay, I can unplug that one. Nope, that was the computer. Now I have to go into like the safety reboot sort of situation. I ended up getting this like a Dymo label maker thing. It's the ka-chunk and then it makes a 3D label. I like it. I immediately broke it. Then I realized that me and a lot of people apparently in the reviews for these things, it's got 2 layers of plastic here, and if they become out of sync, it will not work anymore. And I was seeing symptoms that everyone else had, and I was like, oh wait, that's the problem. So they do work, you just have to be delicate with them. They're plastic and feel a bit flimsy, but they're so nice to use. You plastered your walls in BeamNG, huh? I don't think you have to say IRL when saying you do stuff around the house. Yeah, I think you're right. I'm on a family premium plan, but I'm still going to be channel member. Awesome. If you're going to do that, don't use Apple, because Apple takes a chunk. Though apparently that's changing soon. If you're not getting adverts from me already, you could probably just go on Patreon. Though you probably wouldn't get the exclusive videos. Should I? I might put all of the exclusive videos. I don't do very many of them. I should do a lot more. But that could be put onto Patreon as well, to try to get people on Patreon as opposed to YouTube. Because YouTube's... I can't remember what it was. They either take 30 or 70%. I remember it being like a huge fucking chunk. And Patreon only takes like 5 or 10% or something like that. Basically, the fees to cover it, and then their hosting costs. So I'm fine with like 5 to 10%. But YouTube... Wait, no, I think it's 50% YouTube takes. I don't know, it's been so long since I looked at it now, and my memory's really bad. But I remember just looking at it and go, that's ridiculous. I can't believe they do that. Let's screw this panel in. Oh. Okay, is this big enough to fit in that? it's not. I need to do a little bit of investigating. Ah, okay. You know how we had the one notch cut out here? I basically needed that notch cut out to be on the back panel here to let this sit up against it. Doesn't need to be there though. Let's line this up. There's a bit of embossment here. Yep. Do I don't want to undrill these. Maybe I can just do the corner. So we're going to start by... That's too big. Oh, that came undone anyway. Oh. It shouldn't have happened. Ow. What size are we looking at? What size was this? .5. I start with a 3.5. Good. Hello, Pip Pip. You want pets? Yeah, you do. No, good girl. Oh. Oh. How you doing? Did you like breakfast? Oh. Oh, you're adorable, Pip Pip. Good girl. Okay, go to your bed. Go to your bed. Good girl. Well done. Alright, let's drill out this hole. Yep, okay. We're going to drill out these two pop rivets. Then retry doing that better. How does this go in? That's... okay. There we go. Am I going to need a bigger drill bit? What if we just use a small one here? Yeah, no, that's no good. That's no going to be good. Apparently, my brain works. I swear. That's what I expect from a pop rivet. It to pop off the cap like that. I don't use pop rivets very often anymore. I think this is the first time I've used my pop rivet gun in like a decade. What I used it for, I think last time, was roofing. I needed to do some repair work to a roof I had. You want to be like that, huh? Yeah. And it was pop riveted, so I had to undo the pop rivets. Then I re-siliconed it up, and what was the other thing I did? Oh, that's right. Yeah, I used Tech screws. I do not want this to bend, but I want it to come out. Having two camera angles is really stimulating you. That's worrisome. Phil, we warned you? About what? What are we being warned about? You need that dog right now. She is adorable. Yep, okay, I'm going to need to do this one as well. This case looks normal so far. Oh yeah, now this one needs to be drilled out extra biggest. Yep, this is the one. By the way, I'm holding here on the metal bracket. I'm not holding underneath the drill. I know somebody was talking about that earlier. That's not what I'm doing. Ah! What drill size is this? 6.5. Let's use a good drill bit. 6.5. There we go. Let's make sure that that is big enough. It is. Kind of. Why are you not pushing up? What is in the way? Ah. Okay, that's out. Have to clean up the backside of the drill hole. If only I had like a little Dremel or something here right now. Okay. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Don't beat yourself up, dude. His dog is never there when I watch his vids either. Well, she also has a secondary bed. It depends what she wants to do. Oh, I bent it. She likes that one, if she wants to be closer to me, and then she'll go to that one in the room if she wants to be closer to the door. She knows she can't be right next to me, though, because she tends to get right under my feet, and she blends in with the carpet if I don't have all the lights on, and she has a habit of just staring at me, and it just drives me insane. I cannot deal with being stared at so much. So she has her places that she's allowed to be. Now that sounds cruel, but I don't think I'd be able to deal with it, and I'd have to give her up. She's happy though. She gets out. She gets walks. I think we're just gonna skip the rest of this Everett guy. Too many lyrical songs. Shivi, welcome back. Also, how have I never known you had a dog? She's usually out of focus, but I've been using a different lens on the camera to be a little bit wider because I'm in I make videos in ultra wide now, so I need the wider lens. The next video, though, is still not with the ultra-wide lens, so it's going to be really cropped in on my face. Sorry about that. Well, that's a sign to include your dog. Me either, not like being stared at. Yeah, especially if I'm eating. Yeah, she'll do the head tilt sometimes. Is this probably going to be in the way? Oh, that's why it's got the extended snoot on the... So the thing is extended. I wonder if that's... Nope, it's nothing to do with that. That's still completely in the way. Okay, yeah, that actually fits in perfectly now, and it didn't before. Oh, it's got a notch in there for the pop rivet. Okay. Well, let's stick in. I'm running low on pop rivets. Let's hope that I don't have to do this again. Yeah. Good. And it fits in. Wow, that notch is kind of perfect. Alright. That is clipped in place. Now, let's get those tiny itsy bitsy little screws. Try not to cross-thread the plastic. Damn it. Good. It's so hard to not cross-thread plastic. Like, this is going to be a fairly permanent fixture, but I still don't like to cross-thread it. Yeah, there's scratches there now, but we can cover it up with some texture eventually. In fact, I'm gonna go get a texter. Give me a minute. I'll be back. Hasta la vista. Or hasta la vista, I suppose. I'm still connected to my headset and down the other side of the house. Great connectivity with this new setup. Got 2 choices? I got 3 choices. 2 of those are the same. Alright. This headset used to only go like 2 meters. It was rubbish. But for some reason, just being on the plug that it's in at the moment, that's a little bit bluish. There we go. That one's much better. Not perfect. I probably shouldn't do that because then it's going to rub on this, isn't it? I'll do it when it's done. But this is the one we'll use. These ones by Sharpie we'll put to the side. Handy Phil, are you using one of those reversible cases? No, I am modifying a chassis which fits my prerequisites, and we're going to use it backwards. Who the hell is AX2 BXC? What? Who are you talking to? Bald spot. It's not really a bald spot. It's just I've always had massive widow's peaks. It's just a thing. Is this dry enough now? Will it wipe off? It wipes off ever so slightly, so I'm gonna hold off on that. Okay, let's start thinking about ripping that other computer apart. And I used to have the rubberized standoffs for fans, but I lost them when I moved room for my recordings. So we're going to have to use screws and hard mount the chassis. I am the sort of person that really, really loves a quiet computer. So I do have specifically quietened fans. I'm using some of them already. Alright, I'm going to get the power supply out of that one. We're going to bring it over here. And we're going to start trying to mount it backwards. Because I do still want the PSU at the back. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and power plug. Yeah. Oh. It's got a magnetic charge cable attached to the side. Yeah. I'll go over there for now. Great, no screws in this. Okay, please. Oh, yeah, I had a power cable connected to that. Good, this has no bottom ventilation. That means I can put it in the other chassis and it'll be fine. Alright. Oh, wait. Before I undo the screws, I should disconnect all of the power, shouldn't I? Oh, wait, no, this is, modular power supply, so we don't have to be too concerned. We could just disconnect them here for now. Whoever decided to make modular power supplies and then put the connectors on the bottom side of the connector, you need to be drawn and quartered. Because I can't use tools to get them out. I just have to fucking wiggle the shit out of them. Okay. Yeah, also my cable management is not great in this case. Or ever. My recording PC is fine, but that's because it's got nothing really in there, so I can route the cables easily. This case doesn't have bays, though, for little miniature SSD I have in there and whatnot. I can use this opportunity to cable manage better, I suppose. Always look on the bright side of life. I don't want to whistle. It'll get my doggos all excited. Okay, you want to be this way. No, you don't. You want to be this. Don't want to have it bottom firing. This old festy computer case. Could have I had this bottom firing? I just put it in the way in which the screws worked. I never actually contemplated it. Oh! They're omnidirectional. They could have gone either way. Huh! I never realized. That's just something I never thought about. I put it in one way and went, yep, that lines up. Oh, shit. Fuck me. That's funny. Because I remember seeing the grate on the bottom of this and going, why does it go this way then? Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm so dumb. Which way does this blow? Great power supply, by the way, by Corsair. I used to have, thermal take, and I kept having issues. And I believe one of them took out a thing. Then I realized that it was the PSU that was causing issues, so I finally decided to upgrade. The dirty side of the fan is... The dirty side is the direction in which the air is flowing. 2. So, this is the dirty side of the fans, and this is the clean side of the fans. So the air's flowing that way. So if the dirty side is here, that means the air is flowing that way, and then out that way. Oh, wait. Oh, it's only got the one fan. Okay, that's fine. That's fire, I think I said. Hopefully not. I can see where the water has kind of dripped in there, but it has been absolutely fine tanking anything I do, so it's not an issue. At some point, Phil is going to be doing a mod for his electronics and try to edit the J-beam. Sure. No one expects a math function in their chat. It was random, which you can't always. Well, it was omnidirectional and like upside downy in this. Mix and match modular cables. Can't always mix and match. I believe the all PSU fans operate as intakes. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, if it's an intake, I don't mind it taking air from inside the chassis. It'll get a little bit hotter, but this thing is so underutilized, which is another reason why I liked it. It's I think 1,000 watts, and it's very robust. But I was doing some testing a while ago, and I was only using about I think 750. I have a lot of things plugged in. A lot of things are powered by this PSU, so it's fairly underutilized. So it doesn't get loud or anything. So if we have it back to front in here, I could theoretically kind of wedge this mesh up here. Do you guys think my warranty is void? And I could have it right way up. We will have to do some cutting. I don't want to get my angle grinder in here, but we might have to. Or maybe I'll angle grind it outside and bring it back in. I could have it here, just use drilling and then just like nip a little bit out of this corner. If I have a look on the other side and put it in. Okay, it sits... Wait, does it sit in the middle? Yeah, it kind of sits in the middle. How much gap is on the far side there? I can't quite fit a finger in the gap between this and this housing. Is there anything on here? There is not. Okay, that's all good. Yeah, I don't think there's any reason as to why I couldn't sit this anywhere in here. If you're wondering what's in here, this is a storage. I got an Xbox, the original Xbox 360, and an Xbox One. All of them are broken. I've never actually used them. I bought them broken to fix them, but I just never got around to fixing them. Do these have any screw holes that line up already? They do not. Not even close. If I have this out here, I'll be missing one screw. Do we have any extra screw holes here? We do not. Okay, so the only screws that we have are the only screws that we have. So we're going to miss one here. Oh, this one's always going to miss. Okay. I guess I never miss, yo. Okay, if we sit it there, there's a little bit of gap. Okay, so if I can go here, here. Where's that screw hole? Down here. That'll work. And then I just take an angle grinder and cut this out. I've always had an idea, and I don't know if it's ever a good idea or not, but to get something to go into like a screw hole, and it's just a little miniature marker, just a little bit of a texture or a felt tip or something like that, just a little tiny itty bitty thing, you stick it in there. It could just be a nib out of a texture, and then you would just have it here, and then you go boop, and then you would have the mark. There are many, many ways of doing it, but that could be just a very simple little tool that somebody makes. We might also cut this out to get airflow through as well. Yeah, there seems to be a lot of air holes that need to be made. And then I don't know where this one is at all, because I just can't see it. It's just in the corner of it, huh? Old PCs used to intake air from the chassis interior. It should be fine as long as your case internals aren't excessively, I'm guessing you meant to say hot there. I also just realized if I am going to do it this way around, I need to move the air vent now, but I might... Yeah, I might flip it up. Oh, but then I don't have airflow on the top. How's this look? For airflow. Oh. No airflow there either. Okay, we're going to cut the bottom out. I remember way back in the day, I had, I would have been like, I don't remember how old I was. I would have been a teenager. And I had a very old computer case, and I had an airflow problem. It just wasn't getting enough flow in, and I was given an extra, like a 120mm fan, which at the time was a very big fan. So I took the side panel off, and I drilled a bunch of holes in there. But I'd never really properly thought about using a drill before, and it just ended up, like, ballooning out that bit of metal with all of the holes I'd drilled. It was terrible. Did the job, but it, like, you could never, like, rub up against it or anything like that. It was it was dangerous to touch. Don't worry, everyone knows that y equals mx plus totes. Yep. I believe also... Technically, if you went over a speed bump fast enough, I shouldn't feel it. Yeah, inertia of the vehicle would overcome the shock absorbers at some point, but you'd be fucking up your shock absorbers. Like, that's what we used to do back in the day, in, like, the 90s. We were like, if you drive fast enough, you don't have to feel these stupid-ass speed bumps that they're putting frickin' everywhere. But yeah, you go through shock absorbers really quickly! How do I do this? I'll take the sticker off for now. And we'll move you here. I don't know what this is, but I don't have a warranty anymore, so I don't think it matters. Alright, yeah, no, that's how we do it. Let's put you back in. Can I see? I can see a little bit through the holes. Half a fingernail. Where do you sit? You sit almost against there. Half a fingernail. So, alright. From here, etch you in. And then, where do you sit on the sides? Half a thumb. Where's the... If we line you up to there. About here to about is that lined up? Yes, it is. So if I could feel that's lined up with this ridge here, kinda, and then half a thumb is to about here. Oh, we're going to be very close to this foot, so we might do it kind of like this, maybe. Same thing over here. We'll do an octagon shape. Then the back, is that also about half a thumb? It's about half a thumb. Where do you sit? What's the gap difference? So it's about here compared to this hole here. And then half a thumb is about there for the fan. It's not really a circle, is it? We can cut it, and then we can have a look. But I'm going to be doing the cutting outside. Because I don't want to have angle grinder sparks sparking all around inside. I wish... I do have a Dremel, but I don't have any more blades for it. A Dremel would be a lot better. Theoretically, I could just drill, once again, a bazillion little holes in here. Last time I did that, though, it turned out really, really bad. Do I go for it? What do you reckon I should do? Should I take a good angle grinder to this? Or should I just drill a million little holes? I suppose it doesn't need to be a million. I could just use a bigger drill bit. And I can drill like 20 or so. I just changed my 90-degree wheel to 900-degree wheel to 90. And now it feels like I am drifting on a joystick. Yeah, you don't want to down your wheel angle too much. What are we on the votes there? Hey, 32% yes, 50% no, and the sorry, 50% unsure, and then the rest is no. It's not a bad vote. I'm going to start by drilling, because if I'm going to cut it out, I suppose it doesn't really matter. Angle grinder, and you're the first one to respond. Let's grab like a big drill bit. You really should step it, though. Alright, I'm going to go a much smaller one, and then we'll go bigger. Oh, but no, this has a stepped on it. Stepped on it? Me do words. How bad is this going to be? You can drill holes in each corner, then connect the dots with the angle grinder. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I forgot about that. So we can at least experiment a little bit. I could get machining oil out here. Because I don't want to overheat the drill bit and then have it go blunt. I really don't know. Is it meant to be like slower speed to like not blunt your drill bits? What's the pressure meant to be? What's my dog's name? Starts with a P, then it goes I, and then two more of the first letter, and then an A. Yeah. I don't want to say it because then she'll get excited and then she'll want attention and she'll get disappointed if I don't give her enough attention. You just don't want to drill through, do you? Anybody know proper drilling techniques? I never learned it. I'd always just trying to like push through really fast, but I'm going to do multiple in a row here with this. I also don't want to press very much because it'll bow the metal. With her, it's all about managing expectations. She gets upset easily. And if I don't give her the same attention every day, she'll think she's in trouble. And then she becomes anxious, and she flinches at touches because she thinks she's in trouble. She didn't have a great previous life before I got her. There we go. Drill go burr? Yeah, basically. Are you using bits made for drilling metal? I am. I believe metal, and it's got like a giant I-beam as the picture. Wood and plastic. But if it can do metal, it can do wood, so. Full speed, full pressure, full send. I don't want to wear out my drill bits that quick. I think this one's just blunt already. This one just doesn't want to go through. Let's go down a size. Wait, is that down a size? Wait, hold on. What's the size here? Is this even labeled? Oh, there we go. It's etched. I can barely see it. 6.5. That's 7.5. So that would be going up a size. Let's go up to 7. What if you super chat? Headphones. I mean, no. I mean, you could try it. See if it works. There we go. This drill bit is much sharper. Yours wasn't focusing? It's in the chat a little bit higher. You can scroll up and have a look. You're not rich? Yeah, you're Oman. Duh. How could you not know that? What? Oh. There we go. Yeah, I think just my 6.5mm drill bit is blunt. I know you're meant to be able to sharpen drill bits. Haha, nice try. She can't read. Also, I don't know what the... Is there like a money limit to how the voice say the thing? I don't know. I don't like it when she gets upset. So I manage expectations with her a lot. So in the mornings, I can't have her sleeping with me because she has to be in the bed like in her own little bed next to me, because she'll often get grumpy in the middle of the night, and then if she starts jumping up and down all night long, it keeps waking me up. So I have to tell her to go to her bed. So in the mornings, I used to then have her up, but then the moment I would start to stir, not awake, but just start to stir, she would start whining because she would want permission to come up. So I had to stop inviting her up in the mornings, and now I only do it very rarely and occasionally. And it has to be randomly. Otherwise, if I do it like 2 days in a row, then she'll expect it the third day, and then if I don't let her up, she'll start to whine, she'll be sad, and she'll flinch whenever I go to pat her and stuff like that, because she thinks she's in trouble. So she didn't have the nicest upbringing. Nope. There we go. I'm almost thinking I could just go with holes. It would be neater than using an angle grinder, and then I wouldn't have to leave to do that. And that makes sense. Different colors, different perks for Super Chat. I don't know. I think it's like 10. Somebody got it earlier. Dylan got it with £5. Maybe I said the amount. I don't remember. I think what I wanted to do was limit it from being somebody using like 1 cent. But I don't remember what I set it to. I feel it wouldn't have been more than $2, so maybe it was automatic? Yeah, I'm just going to angle grind this. This would take too long. Why am I switching back and forth? I should just drill all the holes, then move over to the other drill bit. Ow. How old is she now? I got her when she was 7. And I think she's about 9.5 now. So she ain't a young pup, but she sometimes acts like it. I love the emojis I get. You can get $1 but no message, $2 for a message? What? I don't know. You can only super chat from £1, £2, £5, £10, and £20. Really? Huh. I didn't know there were increments like that. Well, at least they haven't tried to do the deceptive gamifying of it all, like Twitch does, where they give you, because you know how they like game credits, like you have to buy in-game money, and it's like $3 will get you 10,000 credits. All that is to do is to put I mean, it's a very small barrier, but a barrier between the thing you see on screen and how much money you're actually spending, which will make it so you're less likely to feel bad about spending so much money. It's a deceptive tactic, but if it didn't work, nobody would do it. I think I did this wrong. Yeah, I did this wrong. So, these drill holes are very big, but I did them at the intersection as opposed to inboard. That way I could... So now it's going to be like holes connected by a cut, whatever. Yeah. I got almost none of that. Yeah. Alright. Can I take these feet off? I don't want to take the sticky pads off. Can I take them off without taking the sticky pads off? What do we got here? Why? They are screwed in from underneath the sticky pads. I don't want to remove the sticky pads because they will never re-stick. Because I don't want to cut them with the angle grinder. But I suppose it's the bottom of it. If I nick it a little bit, it'll be fine. Alright. Give me 10 minutes. We can all go take a break and whatnot. I'll be back. Wow, you alone have given me about $29 in Australian dollars. Dylan, thank you so much for that. It goes to 500 for you. Depends probably what currency it is. Question. Do you still have the automation car that goes burr? Huh? Honestly, the colors being different for the different amounts makes me go higher than lower. Oh! It is a different color. I only just realized that one was teal and one was blue. I didn't realize that that's what that distinction was. Yeah, Australian dollars. The blue one. What? Huh? Sure. I only have really big discs. I might have some used old discs that are a bit smaller to make these cuts a bit smaller. I think this is the only hole I drilled that was inset. And I should have done it to all of them. Did you know that by reading this, you just lost the game? Wow, that is an old thing. That's like 20 years old. That is a long time ago. Bringing back the old shit, huh? Was Was that a 4? I believe that was 4chan originally. So, I don't remember much about the game, but really the goal was to say the least amount of stuff to get somebody to think about it. They would have already had to have known about it. So eventually it became like you would just say to them the game, and then they'll be like, oh fuck, I thought about the game, so I lost. Then it became eventually with us, you would just go the, and then the person would like look at you and make eye contact and be like, oh fuck. And then you would just you would be playing a game and you would be talking about the game, but you would use grammatical errors around the time in which you would say game, which would make them think about the word game, and then they'd be like, oh, come on. I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but that's one that I started. I have ADHD, so obviously these ideas just, I can't stop thinking about these sorts of things. I'm the sort of person that gets caught by the game. Now, what was it? I think what it was is I said something is game. And then he went, the game? And I just gave him the... And then he went, because he was the one that introduced me to it. And he got me the first few times. It never really got me that much. Like, it didn't really bother me. All it did was make me think. I mean, I'm the sort of person you tell, hey, don't think about an elephant. I think about an elephant. Like, it's just... I'm that sort of person. 4chan, rest in piss. Is it actually gone? I thought they were just hacked. I don't think you're going to stop 4chaners from 4channing. Damn, you just lost, Alex? It looks like you just joined. But yeah, that's the sort of things that we did. Then the joke just got old after like a month. I think everyone else was doing it for a couple of months. But it was a very short-lived thing because there's only so much you can do, and then there's no way to escalate it, really. I think that was around the same time as duck rolling had turned into rick rolling. Alright, I'll be back in a bit. By the way, I never really 4chan'd. I don't know much about 4chan, so I don't know if it's going on or not. I just knew people that were in the 4chan circles, and every time I looked at it, I went, this is either gross and fucked up, super shitty people, but most predominantly, I hated the UI and the experience. I couldn't really figure out how to properly use it. But then again, I went to like the main boards, and apparently that was a mistake. So I never 4chan'd that much. I should take out this panel here, because... Alright, give me a second. It's Mother's Day today. I didn't know that. And he still fell for the trick? Oh, the lose the game trick? I didn't... So, yeah, no. There's no way in which I don't think about the game. It was particularly unfair to people with ADHD, and I have it pretty bad. I'm medicated now, But still, if you tell me not to think about an elephant, I'm going to think about the elephant. To be fair, 4chan was contaminated for the greater internet. It's bad that it got hacked. You getting a call? Yeah. Only kind of though. Are we trying to reach you for my extended warranty? No, it's my dad. Reminded me that it was Mother's Day. I didn't know that. American Mother's Day? No, well, I'm in Australia. Is Mother's Day international? I don't know. Look it up for yourselves. If it is Mother's Day where you are, go do it now before somebody has to remind you. And then they'll be like, oh yeah, he only did it because I reminded him. That's the sort of thing my family did. I think it was my brother the first time I realized that it happened, because I knew that Mother's Day was coming up, because back in the day TV was the main thing and they would talk about it a lot, but that's one of the things I was going to talk about. The downsides of having YouTube Premium is I don't see adverts, which means I don't know when events are coming up, like Mother's or Father's Day. I just kind of have to pick it up osmosis, or I'll look it up occasionally. Ads are not all bad. They're pretty bad, but they're not all bad. Funny you should mention that, because I have ADHD as well. Don't be afraid of getting medicated. That's the only thing I'll say. You know what, I'll say one other thing. Is because it's not just about attention. And in fact, for me, attention was only like 30% of the problem. For the rest of it, it was about task paralysis. I moved around from job to job, task to task. I could never really finish anything. I went to university, I loved it, and then it got harder and harder to go, like, emotionally go to it, even though I was still loving it. There was a thing called cognitive dysfunction. My particular form was task paralysis was the big thing for me, which meant that the more in which I did a task over and over again, basically the more anxiety built up, which made it harder and harder for me to execute. The more I'd push through it, the more anxiety I'd get, because ADHD is not just about dopamine, it's all about norepinephrine, which is concentration as well, but it's also clumsiness. If you find yourself clumsy, I've knocked into doorways, I've knocked over glasses all the time. Then the other thing it does as well is help deal with anxiety. So don't get the dopamine response, so your brain starts giving you anxiety and you don't have the norepinephrine to deal with it. The medication helps with that. Keep that in mind if you start to feel those sorts of like resistance to do things. The other thing that you'll also, because this is common in ADHD, is you won't seek medical help for a lot of different things, including the ADHD itself. So if you're able to find your way to go through the hoops that you have to go through to get treated for ADHD, which is a problem because you have ADHD and you don't like jumping through hoops, it is the shittest system. I really freaking hate it. Okay, there is the corner still to cut out. Luckily, not so bad. I'm going to go out again, cut a little bit more. People searching how to build a backwards PC are about to see this. Oh god, maybe I should restrict the video a little bit by like age gating it. Actually, I should do that now, shouldn't I? How do I do that? Edit. No, it's not made for kids. Age restriction. Yes, restrict this. No, I feel that this is too valuable, and I didn't really go and say the bad words. I might turn monetization off, though. There you go, no more ads. Enjoy. Enjoy no ads. Because I don't want this to be sucking air around these cuts. I don't want there to be lots of loud noise, because I am very noise sensitive. Yep, that'll go there. Good. Let's etch that in. Alright, I'm going to have to go out and angle grind again. That goes there. That'll come down here. Using a screwdriver as a knife. Genius idea. The back end. Almost right. But then... go here. And here. And I can use the fat end of the angle grinder to take these out. This is very shitty looking. Okay. Ow. Alright. Welcome, Alex. Quadratic formula? Oh, God. Thank you. So you won't say I fixed my PC, but it hasn't crashed in nearly 2 hours. So I won't say I fixed my PC, but it hasn't crashed in nearly 2 hours. That's a good thing. Butch is a channel member. I suppose he is. I thought that that name was color was because he was a higher level a YouTuber. That's what it is. No, but I think the YouTubers get a tick, and that's what distinguishes them. So yeah, Butch is a channel member. I'm remembering it now because I've seen his name every single time that I do the outro. Yep, there are a few other YouTubers that I support with membership. I like seeing my name at the end of videos. Yeah, that's something I have to remember to do as well. It's nice having your name at the end. Yeah, it is nice. I wish I had the money to spare to do that. But at the moment, I live off of government because finding a job is hard. Oh my God, it's so hard to find jobs these days, especially in South Australia. I don't know about in your areas, but in South Australia, I know it's a long time ago, 2016, Holden's shut down, which is not that far from where I live. It's like 20, 30 minutes away from here. It's, yeah, we still really haven't recovered from that. We've been described as, by a lot of people, a service economy. The other thing we do is we have programmers here in South Australia. We have a bunch of programmers. Not the largest amount. The largest amounts are still in the eastern states. But, wait, which way is east? I can't even remember. I think it's that way. Or is... I give up. I think it's that way. Yeah, so there's a lot of programming here because it gets outsourced to here because it's a little bit cheaper to live in South Australia compared to the eastern states. Not with housing at the moment, but you get the idea. Like, everything else is a little bit cheaper because there's nothing else happening here, so people just kind of take the jobs. So the main people will be over in the eastern states so they can do things really quickly, but the moment they get like a long-term project, they'll outsource to other states like South Australia, and we have a lot of people wanting to work. Guys, I have Dylan. I'm broke AF right now, and I have a non-running project car. It needs an engine and transmission. I will be working this summer and fall. Should I buy a cheap truck first to drive around and carry parts for the project car, or should I keep borrowing my parents' friends' vehicles to use to carry parts? The project car is 3 hours drive from where I live. The project car is 3 hours from where you live? Oh, that is a problem. So I would say if you get a vehicle, you probably will never finish your project car. If you work with... so, here's the thing. Are they okay with you borrowing their car? Because you're probably going to need to drive to work, right? So there comes the question. Is it going to be problematic to get to work? The project car is a secondary thing. I personally would stick with borrowing cars for as long as you're allowed to, but, you know, without pushing the people. If they ever go like, about borrowing the car, then, yeah, maybe you look at getting your own project car for the time being. Getting a truck? Could you not get like a wagon? Like a station wagon? Maybe an SUV as opposed to a truck? I don't know. I suppose getting an engine in and out is a lot easier if you have an open back. The problem is, if you have a truck, I'm guessing because you called it a truck, you're American. Are you going to be able to cart you and your friends around? Job market is down overall, worst time to graduate, yeah. Would you say now is better or worse than the global financial crisis in 2008? That's a difficult one. 2008 was like a band-aid being ripped off. It happened, and it happened very suddenly. And it sucked, and it sucked really bad. Now, I feel that all the companies are lying about it. And I think it's to do with like everyone cottoning on to the new way of avoiding tax as a ultra-rich rich person. So what the ultra-rich people do now to get their income is they don't necessarily take an actual income because that gets taxed, as it normally does. What they have done, and it's a bit sneaky, but if you get a loan, it's not considered income, and out of the... because there's like a minimum amount of tax you have to pay in America. I don't know what it is here in Australia. I don't think there is one like that law, but it's a lot harder to dodge here. Or at least it is now, and it wasn't for a couple of years there. But they would get either a growth in their share price, or like what happened with Elon Musk around COVID times, is if you reach certain milestones or KPIs, for him it was selling a certain amount of vehicles, they will get paid a bonus of shares. But you would normally, depending where you live, I don't know what it is in America, but if you get paid in shares, I think you have to pay a tax on that. So paying interest is taken off of that as well. What they would do is they would either get like a growth in the share or get more shares in the company, and then they would loan against that immediately to get money, and then they only have to pay the interest. Where interest is like anywhere from, depending on what sort of deal you get, I'm guessing that they have stronger ties to banks so they can get like a home loan level rate of like 2 to 4% interest, which is a hell of a lot less than the like 30 to 40, sometimes even 50% tax that you will get on your income. So that's what they're doing at the moment, and a lot of them are paying even zero. I'm not fully sure how that works. I think what they also do is they build equity by investing in other things, or create their own charities to bury the rest of their incomes. But the charity is like owned and controlled by them. Usually the spouse will be in charge of that sort of stuff. They'll buy art, all that sort of stuff, to bury more income that way. It's all very tricky stuff that at our level, we can't afford to do that. There's way too much involved with that. I think if I was to get a personal loan, I would be paying something like 20-something%. And at that point, it's so problematic because you have to have accountants and all that sort of stuff that you're probably getting close to the amount that you would be paying anyway. Alright, I'm gonna head out. It's like 11 PM for you in Texas. Fair enough. See you, Rails. Thanks for being here and all the math equations that you gave us for some reason. Thank you, Phil, for the info. Yeah. So, I can't remember where I was going with it. My ADE is really, ADHD is really bad right now. 2000. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the 2008 was a heck of a time to graduate with a degree in engineering and construction and project management. So, the other thing about it is here in Australia, we had the quote-unquote best response to the GFC. What it really did, though, unfortunately, was prolong it. It was a lot less intense here in Australia, but it lasted a lot longer. And eventually Holden shut down, which they were going to do anyway because they really just wanted to import cars, but GM is so bad at managing companies, they didn't realize that some income is better than no income. So they just pulled out of all left-hand markets altogether, including Holden's. But everyone was kind of like, Holden's not in a good way because of the financial state of Australia. We're gonna, like, nobody's gonna buy Holden's. And nobody did buy Holden's. The racetrack got bought up by a few different companies. Now I believe it's owned by some Chinese company. Their test track, which is in New South Wales. No, Victoria. And the factory is now used for storage. Okay, great. And most of it's like government construction stuff, by what I can tell, because I drive past it sometimes to go to a friend's place. There's like the big, massive concrete pipes is what they're storing there, and it's a big place, so it's like really only servicing the government. People think 08 was a long time ago. I guess it was. It was a long time ago. Like, we're getting close to 20 years ago. And it happened in 2007, but it didn't really fully hit. Or people didn't recognize it until 2008. So, yeah. We didn't really hit, like, full crisis here in Australia. A lot of jobs went away. I remember in 2008, because it started before 2008, I went through 13 jobs in 12 months. It was... jobs were popping up. What would happen is companies would be like, hell yeah, our competition is gone. Let's hire some more people. Not realizing that that like little dip that they were seeing wasn't a dip, it was a decline. So they would hire me, and on like 2 or 3 occasions, I can't remember, it's such a long time ago now, they would hire me, say I had the job, then I'd get a call like a week later, and then they would be like, oh yeah, sorry, we're not hiring anymore, you don't have the job. Oh, it was so irritating. That's when I decided, you know what, I'm going to go get a proper degree, I'm going to get all that sort of stuff. I went and eventually ended up doing filmmaking, and then I was going to go teach English in Japan, because that was like a decent job. I liked the idea of Japan. I wanted to go do it. But that didn't end up panning out. I was dealing with massive amounts of anxiety at the time, and I just wasn't able to bring myself to it. And it turns out that they have an age limit for the better programs, so now I can't really do it. So if I want to go there, it has to be for a holiday. Or I suppose I'm a YouTuber, it could be for work, but it would, yeah, the idea. That's tricky. Working in Japan is a particularly hard place because it's backwards a bit in that regard. Like foreigners working there. Who but a decent Volvo wagon would run me like 6,000. Oh, 6,000? What sort of Volvo wagon are you looking at? Jesus. Home hunting is also a good concern. Yeah, so now the financial crisis that's happening now is a very different one. One, they're lying about it and they're covering things up. That's where I was going with tax. So they have an incentive to lie about how well their company is doing and pretend to be hiring people to keep their stock prices up so then they can keep borrowing on it. Because if the stock prices go down on their companies, for the board, then they have to pay higher interest rates because they've... What's it called when your loan amount is more than the value? I can't remember exactly. But yeah, basically that's the sort of thing that they're dealing with. So there's deceit happening in the job market at the moment, job industry. There's the AI epidemic, which is really shit. Money is moving to other countries. It's not disappearing, it's just going to other countries. Which you may say is fair, but because we have like the 1%, or here in Australia, I think it's the 10%, the money isn't fairly, or whatever, evenly distributed is the word I wanted to use there. So, money here, money of the normal people, they're getting screwed because they're sending their money to buy things from China because they're not manufacturing in our countries anymore. Or Vietnam, or Malaysia, or whatever other country that they do their manufacturing in. It's not a great time. I would say that the difficulties lie elsewhere, because not only is, like, the people that do have jobs, they're either, like, around me. That's my only example. It's charity work, which is generally fairly stable, like a blood bank sort of stuff, the Red Cross. Then the other one is underwater in the red. Yeah, I think that that's something that they really want to avoid. The other thing is, the other jobs are government jobs, especially here in Australia, because that's like the good job to have at the moment. So you have those two sorts of jobs, and everyone else has part-time or casual work, because that's a way in which they get around having to give workers benefits. Like, I think that there's ways to evade a lot of superannuation, which is a thing we have here. I believe it's called 401k in America, I think, is what it's called. I think that's what the 401k, or whatever it is, K. So yeah, the companies are really incentivized to do that. And then a lot of the people that have jobs are the only ones that can get more jobs. So they'll have multiple part-time jobs. And that sucks. So people are working just a lot and in inconsistent times. The final thing that makes it really difficult is one way to... here in Australia, and I'm guessing it's similar in other countries like America, is money. Housing has become a big investment. Here in Australia, we have two things which make investing in housing really good. Capital gains tax is gone, which it shouldn't have gone away. The other one is negative gearing, which means the same thing that it does in America, where the interest you pay on a loan goes and pays... is removed from taxable income. Which kind of makes sense, but the problem is then it ends up with rich people taking out loans against their investments, and then they don't have to pay tax, all that sort of stuff. But having just shares in a company can be volatile if your company then loses market share to somebody else. Say, like, Nvidia was bigger than AMD, and then sometimes AMD's share prices will go down. They get stuck holding back. Say a company just goes completely out of business because they get superseded for some reason, like television companies and other sorts of media. Then those companies have to start doing things like doing more reality TV because that's cheaper and all of that sort of stuff. Do you guys like my rants? For retirement in America. Yeah. So you pay into that, right? When a loan is valued more than the thing, it's negative equity or being underwater. Yeah. Housing has become a real big shit thing. It was getting bad when I was coming up, before trying to buy my first home. Yes, I had jobs. I could afford a home. I also got help from my parents. I wasn't able to afford it outright. I bought my first house. It was in the shittiest suburb. It was in Davern Park. And it was $85,000. It was falling to pieces. Like, literally, I had to rehydrate the soil because the house had been falling apart. And it was getting to the point, because, like, massive... The cracks were, like, that wide in the wall. But I was able to get it. $85,000. Not cheap. But for the time, it was very cheap, and it came on a fairly big plot of land. And the house had been abandoned. Davern Park is like the worst or one of the worst suburbs in Australia. And this house had been abandoned there for like 8 years before I got it. So all the walls had been smeared in shit. The floorboards had been broken up. Wiring had been ripped out. Gas lines had been ripped out. Any bit of copper just basically gone. So I had to spend a few $1,000s getting that to workable. I got the house to a livable point, then I lived in it. But I started getting task paralysis around renovating it, and I lived in a dank, dark house for like 5 years out of the 6 years I lived there. I eventually moved out, not because of the house, but because of the neighbors were really way too noisy. I was able to get this one for a particularly cheap price of $180,000, which was pretty good. Actually, sorry, it wasn't pretty good. It was very good. It was about $100,000 cheaper than what it should have been. The house was in disrepair again, and I moved in, made it livable, and then immediately went back into the not being able to do anything. The Davern Park house, though, had appreciated in value. That's how I was able to get this house. Got a minimal loan that does take up a fair chunk of my income still. I love rants about real world stuff. Gotta learn how to adult somehow. Yeah, they don't teach you in school, do they? Bro teaching me more than dad, teacher, and brother. Yeah. So I would say that comparing 2008 to current problems is, I don't know, it's just different. Because I'm not in the same situation, I don't know what it's like to try to house yourself. I personally can't live with my family. Though I'm medicated now, I might be able to deal with it, but I don't want to risk it because my ability to deal with my family is strongly tied to my ADHD. But it's also just, there's issues I have there and they have issues and we just can't get along for that long. I don't know what I would do. Because government minimum wage, like I'm assuming still that I would be in the same position here in South Australia of being unemployed, that I wouldn't be able to afford to rent a house on my own. Like that would just be out of the question. So I'd have to rent a room. Now I also get on people, well, used to, and especially when I was young, I really had the hyper part of attention deficit hyperactive disorder really badly. I wouldn't have been able to live very long in places, which means I would have gotten negative reviews from what do you call it? Previous landlords or whatever, land agents, all that sort of stuff. Which means that would have been really difficult. Which means I would have moved back in with my parents if they had have even taken me. It would have been really fucking shit. I remember I spent like a stint of like half a year living on somebody's couch. That happened for a while until I was able to. I made an agreement with my parents. Because they'd made an extension on one end of the house, they could basically just close the door and lock it, and I could put something in front of it. So that's what they did. They gave me the extension. My brother had moved out, and I lived in that extension. Still, once again, the cycle happened and it broke down between my family and I, predominantly just my mother. So I had to move out again. But at the time, I had just started a very strong relationship, and we got married, and I moved in with her family because I couldn't stay at mine. Their family I ended up having problems with. My wife at the time was overly submissive to them, and they would use her a lot. So she was 10 years older than me. I don't mind dating or marrying older women, but a lot of people thought it was weird, but I didn't mind. I thought she was a fantastic person. I just had to give her a little bit of like self-worth. And then, because I hate nothing more than asking somebody like, what do you feel like doing today? And then they go, whatever you want to do. I'm like, oh, have an opinion, please? So she was a bit of a blank slate in that regard. So, for instance, she had health issues and struggled to work a lot as well. That's how I actually met her in the first place, is we were going to an education thing together at the same time. She was on government pension, and the family had the money, because she didn't have her own bank account. The family had the money going into theirs. She was about 30 something at this point, like early 30s. And they would take her money into their accounts, and they would give her a pittance of an allowance, which was a little bit more than to cover the groceries that she would buy for them and the fuel that she would buy. Like, she didn't really have much places to go. She would get the fuel to go pick up their kids and move them around. Like, that's how shitty they were. So I gave her self-worth. I moved in with them. I had a problem with them. She ended up kind of copying into that a little bit. So we moved out. But we were able to move in together. She was a fastidious house cleaner. She was neurotic in that way. So that's how I was able to get my first rental place. Because before then I tried to get my own rental place and I just wasn't able to. They just wouldn't accept a single male. When I had a job, nope. Didn't matter. Single male, not going to do it. To be fair, I'm a very messy person, so that makes sense. I'm clumsy, so I made mistakes. In that house, I knocked over my iron, and it immediately... and this is when I learned not to iron in a room with carpet. Melted a patch into the carpet. So yes. Single men, I understand now why they may not want to have those. It really sucked. My family's current house was $400,000 at the time in 2009, now probably $1 million plus. Oh, that's amazing, but also it hurts. My family bought a fairly big house for around £110,000. Okay. I think you're getting distracted. Yeah, all right. I'm going to go cut this up. I'll be back. Yeah, trade these. Need to lower back retreats. She is very food motivated, that dog. Food and attention. Can we send the dog treats? I suppose I don't like locking myself into things. It's a source of anxiety. But if you donate $20, I will get her a big treat, and I will go through the effort. It's not much effort, but the effort of pushing through the anxiety. I'll get her a special treat that she can have for the next stream. Oh, actually, you know what? I'll just get her one now. There are little ones that she can have. I'll get her a dental chew. BRB. I suppose I can still talk to you, can't I? I have to be careful with the sort of treats she gets, because if she doesn't get treats, like if I start giving her treats regularly, she starts to expect them. So if she doesn't get the treats, she thinks she's in trouble. So I have to be very careful with how I give them to her. Giving them to her as a reward, it's not very good, because she's more afraid of a no than a good girl. Stay. Go for it. Good girl. Yeah, good girl. Hopefully she didn't pee the couch just then. If she gets pats whilst eating food, she gets anxious and she pees. So let's hope she didn't pee the couch. The amount of times I've had to strip that those couch cushions and thoroughly wash them, because I don't like it. It sticks in my head. I have to properly. I use pre-cleaner on it and I send it through the washing machine. Comes out just a little less nice every single time. Oh yeah, you did give me enough. So I suppose that's fine. Give 500. Oh. Good girl. What are we doing? That's right. Power supply. Okay. Let's see how we're doing now. It's close enough, but I really should have taken a little bit more out of here. I'm going to have to use angle grinder anyway to take out the back plate here. So you know what? I'll mark out just a little bit more, and we'll mark out the front as well. So what do we got here? This could be just a little bit further back. Oh, really? Ah, okay, no, that's what I was doing wrong. This here to here. This gets cut back a little bit more to here. You're fine. How far are you out? You're out by a fairly big margin. Okay. That's that. Let's take this little tag off. I think that the left camera has focus dysfunction. Really? Let's have a look. The left camera. This one? I mean, it's not as high resolution as that one. That one's much higher resolution. Is that what it is? I also just realized I probably didn't need to stream in 4K for this, because neither of the cameras are 4K. This one's 1080 but raw. That one's like a very super compressed 640, I think is what I got it set to currently. It's just pulsing all stream? Really? I could set it to manual focus, maybe. And just constantly have it on the same focus. Configure vidya. Camera control. Zoom. Focus. Auto. Off. Apply. How are we looking? What if we... Okay, so that's way out of focus. Is that for close? Is that what that is? What is that focusing on? Weird. But if I just bring it down... That's basically infinite focus length. Okay, there we go. Sure. I can't bring things close. Where does it start to go out of focus? Okay, I can get very close. Alright. Why even bother having focus on it? My god. Front panel now. We'll mark that out. Do I have a way to hold this in place? How? That's the wrong way around. How do I mark holes to drill on the back side? Because I don't want to re-drill it multiple times, because that would then end up with me having to use washers. So let's mark this out. Cut you there. Then cool song, but no thanks. Okay, so we'll cut along here, I think. How deep does that go? Oh, that does go pretty deep, doesn't it? Okay, well, let's cut all the way along here then instead. Is that low enough? Ah! Is that low enough? Might need to be even lower than that. To get, like, the full... Wait, hold on. Let's have a look here. I could see that the fan goes all the way up to here. So does it really need to go all the way down there? Is that just for decoration? Because the air would come up here, and then have to flow down here. Is it about getting the volume of air out? Is that the problem? Alright. We'll still cut across here. We'll just do that. Cool. Then the hole that's here. I can't fucking see it. If only there wasn't a lip here, I'd be able to do this easier. No. If I just do this and then scratch it on the backside, will I get any sort of hole? I don't think so. No, that's not going to work, is it? I suppose I could use measurements instead. What do I mean by backwards? Kind of what's in the thumbnail. The buttons and I/O are going to be all on the same side, except for the power supply is going to be in the backside. So if we do a little bit of look in here, that looks to be the same. What is the height of this? That is correct. Good. Okay. Let's drill this on out so we have that as the piloted hole, whatever you want to call it. close enough for now. Or maybe I'll just drill it out just a smidge a bit bigger. We've got a 4 mil. I wonder. I know that Americans use fractions of inches for sockets, but what about drill bits? Are you still using fractions of inches there as well? That'd be really frustrating to have to do the math on such small increments. Or do they use metric in mils? Or do they just have an ambiguous number there and you don't realize that it smells? Are those left side cases? I like those left side cases. I've looked at some of the other ones and they're not quite exactly what I want. I want it, like all the back panel and everything, to be on the same side. I wish I had a deburring tool. I know they're not much, but I've always been like, oh, I'll get one next time. And I've never gotten a deburring tool. Could just use a slightly bigger drill bit for these burrs, but... there, that's good enough. Alright, let's do the measurements. Where are my calipers? There they are. I want to get the old school calipers that have the dial on it so I don't have to worry about batteries all the time. I fucking hate dealing with batteries. Okay, so if that's the way it's going... that is 64 and a half. That's 64. It's just a little bit more than 64. Drilling is not that accurate anyway, so we can just go with that. Oh, what the fuck? Really? Oh. Oh shit. That's shitty. It's gonna be right on this joined edge, but only like ever so slightly above that. That's irritating. That's a problem. I honestly don't know if I'm going to be able to line that up well enough with where it's sitting. That could be a problem. Where does the lip sit on the other side? Is it maybe not as pronounced? Oh, the lip's just not even there. Oh, the lip goes the other way. Oh, that's weird. This lip goes that way and that lip goes that way. Sure, makes sense, I suppose. They got pop rivets there? What? Oh, okay. They're standoffs on the PSU. Foam standoffs. Alright, we'll try to relocate those. What am I doing here? I wanted to get something from this side. But what was it? Oh, this is what I wanted to get from this side. I wanted to take this off because I have to keep covering this up every single time I go to use the angle grinder. And this is why I didn't want to cross thread, because I knew that it would be likely that I'd have to come out. There we go. Okay, you can sit off to the side for now. That one sinkhole 28 washing machines white. Wait, what are we talking about? Americans probably. That's about 4 hot dogs long. I remember visiting relatives that live in the US, and they liked the jumbo square paper towels. And I was like, I guess paper towels are bigger in the US. Yeah, it became a marketing thing. Here in Australia, it went the other way. 1 1/4 of an 18, 1 1/14 of an 18-wheeler. So here in Australia, paper towels actually got smaller because to stop, because all you guys know about shrinkflation. All that is deception. It's just trying to deceive people into thinking that they're getting the same amount for the same price when there is inflation. If people knew that inflation wasn't a bad thing and it was just a thing which the government tries to actually maintain a certain amount of specifically because it's a key indicator for whether there's any financial problems happening, they all know before everybody else, then they probably wouldn't need to hide it quite so much. But because people don't really, like, in mass, they don't know that inflation isn't necessarily, quote-unquote, a bad thing. Or at least, I haven't figured out if it's bad or not. Probably is bad. There's probably, like, some shitty reason why they're abusing it at some point. But in general, it's not necessarily a bad thing. I suppose there is. Cost price increase, or CPI, is more than wage increase, or is it wage price increase? I can't remember. Anyway, so yeah, there's that, I suppose. But anyway, the shrinkflation. Oh yeah, so to combat that, the government requires that basically everything in a grocery store has not only just the price, but at least somewhere listed on the price tag how much per amount of thing that is relevant to that product. Usually it's per 100 grams, which there's 10 grams to a kilogram, so you can just times it by 10 per kilogram. But a lot of things are not per kilogram. Some things will be in kilograms, but usually not per kilogram. They're like a per amount. Some they're in liters, obviously, because of drinks. They're not always a 1-to-1. They're close, but similar, but not really the same value. Ice cream is in... Wait, which one's ice cream? Ice cream's in literage, which is weird. Okay, I suppose there are soft ice creams, but not at a grocery store. But paper towels were per, I think, 100 squares. So what did they do? They made the squares smaller. Genius! Oh, and it really sucks. When you buy like that, and then you get it home, and you're like, oh, this is a good value. About half of the companies, you'll open up their paper towels, and you'll roll it out, and then the paper towels are like the normal width, so like the normal height, but then they're like really short paper towels. It's like, come on. .28 of an Airbus sounds about right. 2 Toblerone, that changes in size as well. Like, that's the thing that you get caught in shrinkflation. They don't want to change the size of it, so instead they just put less of the peaks in it. 5 Terry's oranges. Somebody's British. now that that's out, I'm going to drill this hole here. Oh, and hope to God. I could use a washer with this screw, but I don't want to. No. Sorry about that. No, that's alright. No, that's alright. That's a problem. Oh, it went through my finger. No, I'm joking. I knew what I was doing, kinda, sorta. Oh, I think that went too far low. Damn it, I was pushing too much low. What are we looking at? Oh, that's very close. Eh. Eh. Nope. There we go. This is not the best angle to be doing this at. There we go. Okay. Didn't need to do it all the way, just a little bit. Okay, will this bottom one fit in? Hey, it does. Okay. Well, that's good then. It skews it a little bit. But I feel that that's the wrong screw. Yeah, that's... I don't know where that screw came from. Oh. Because that was the wrong screw. That's why. Okay. Yeah, I used the wrong screw. Alright. Let's get... this last one. So that's the same height by the looks of it. Wah! And it's not in there anyway. God damn it. Okay. Six. Oh. 5.5. 5. 5.5. So it's almost in line. It'll do. I don't have a rule, so we're just gonna use the calipers for this too. I wish I had calipers that were rounded on the ends, so I could go into the middle of holes a lot of the times. Maybe I'll 3D print something up. It's kind of like a cap that'll have a nib to the middle. Because now I have to kind of like guesstimate the middles of the holes. Unless anybody knows something that I don't. That is that wide. Good. Okay. Let's drill you out. This was ever only going. This is going to be. This was always going to be the only particularly hacky part of this process. Yeah. Could you stop wandering? Oh my god. Ah, you're a piece of shit. There we go. And you... Yeah, no, that one needs to move. Just a bit upwards. Alright. I am happy with that. Now, to mark this out. There's the round bit, okay. Okay. That is the minimum to cut out there. That's marked. That's marked. And this can be cut off here. Fuck it. We'll try to make it clean up here. Okay. Yeah, no, that gets cut off all the way. I think that will do it. This is going to be the hardest cut. Because it's also on an angle. Oh. I suppose I could go all the way down. All right, we're good. Another $1. Thank you very much. Either I went deaf or your mic isn't working. Oh, well, probably wasn't working for a little bit there. Don't think it was turned on. All right, sorry about that. How do dogs not get bored? Sometimes they just sit there every day. I do wonder the same thing. Maybe they have really good imagination or something. I think it also comes down to their energy conserving habits. Though don't quote me on that. I'll keep that one in mind for the next time I ever try to do that. Alright. Let's try mating her up again. Let's see how I did. Alright, that's looking fairly good. Not the strongest bracketry. I could theoretically fabricate something up. But it should be strong enough as it is. Okay. We can text drop a lot of this black, shiny metal areas. But I think that is the last hacketry needing to be done. You know what, actually, no. There's these little foam pads that they've gotten here to help keep the thing from rattling so much. So I think I'm going to try moving them. And then I'm going to marker this up as well. I think it should be fine. I don't think it's going to rub off in the areas where it's needing to be marked. And then we shall be done. I know I should be using proper paint and all that sort of stuff, but I don't have it on hand at the moment. If anybody's thinking anything along the lines of, why has nobody thought of this before? They have. It's all in service. All servers are all front I/O, basically. They're not all like that, but a lot of them are that way around. I did think about getting one, but their prices, huge. I think the one that I saw was like I think it's called like a 4-stack or a 6-stack or something like that is kind of the name of it. It also lays flat as opposed to horizontally, but I could work with that eventually. And everything was on the front side. It wasn't really a consumer thing, unfortunately, either. And it was like, I think, $400 to $500, and then there's shipping on top of that, which for shipping something that big and semi-fragile, probably not going to be the cheapest. Oh, we've reached the end of this playlist, have we? Alright, let's go put on another playlist. Nope, wrong one. Okay. There we go. It's a bit slow, but it'll do. Dog asleep. A little bit. That was close. My great aunt's dog used to run super long and fast on walks, then immediately drop on the ground and refuse to get up until I carried her home. Oh wow, that's funny. By what I meant by the sleeping sort of thing is their natural inclination is to basically do what a lot of other hunter predators tend to do. It hasn't been bred out of them at all. And we wouldn't want to. They have their feed days and their non-feed days. So a lot of lions, they'll only let people like do the drive-through safari things when it's not a feed day, I think is the term or something like that. I can't remember exactly. I just remember first learning about it during Top Gear, that one episode where they convertibled a vehicle. My brain is fading on me. My ADHD is really going hard at the moment. I can't think. Oh, you know what? It's about that time of day. Yeah. So it's about 3 o'clock, which if I take my medication on time, which I almost did today, it kind of runs out about now. It's also, today's been a bit of emotionally exhausting as well. So I'm reaching that end. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we're talking about dog evolution. So yeah, they would have their feed and their whatnot days. But because they get fed all the time, they probably just spend a lot of time resting as a result. 4U and 6U rack mounts? Yeah, or something like that. Thanks, Quadratic Formula. It's weird to call somebody after a noun, alright. It was weird. I was stroking her as they injected the drug and she just kind of stopped moving, really. Oh, yeah, I had a similar thing as well. I had a lot of guilt around Pugsley, if anybody was here from when I was doing early automation videos. They're unlisted at the moment in the playlist. Unfortunately, I didn't know what was happening, and I was also incapable of dealing with situations very well. But I kept doing the wait and see, wait and see, wait and see sort of thing. He was having pain. I couldn't tell where it was until eventually he started biting down on like really hard things like metal to deal with it. He was in a lot of pain. And I eventually took him to the vet to have him put down. I tried to have a scan and whatnot. Cost like $1,500, I think, and all together to get scans to come up with nothing. And I was like, I can't afford to do that again. Literally, that took me to the brink of being broke. I think I had like $150 left, which, if you knew me, that's less than a week's worth of food. And I was like a week and a half away from getting paid again. So, yeah. As soon as I got paid, well, not as soon as I got paid, like a couple of days after I got paid, I went, I can't. He's in way too much pain. So I had him put down, and it was devastating. I'm not going to think about that too much. Let's move on. God, you missed Top Gear? Yeah. Does anybody else think that the Grand Tour was good, but not as good as Top Gear? Because I mean, I liked the Grand Tour, but it just didn't feel as good. Right, you go there. Ooh. I hope this doesn't make it too hard to screw in. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that should be fine, because I'm feeling indentations around there that are... of a similar height as the other indentations. Alright, that should be good. I'm going to try to take out some of that indentation on this piece here. Nah. Nah. Good. Good. Okay. No other embossments. Good. It should sit on those things now. And I think I'm ready to screw it in and leave it in place. Nope, wrong way. Good. That is not an issue for screwing in. I can't see. This was a mistake. There we go. The lighting in this room is not very good. It's like way too directional and doesn't like diffuse enough. So when I'm trying to look at things that are like a little bit dark, I immediately have to rotate it to be shone directly on from the light and then find the right angle sometimes even. It sucks. I do have a diffusing light shade thingy, not light shade, but you get the idea, the housing thing. Just doesn't, it's not big enough. I might get one of those ring lights that make it a lot bigger, and then have that with a diffuse shield over it. They're a lot more expensive than what I got. I got like a really cheap thing. And then I have to get an electrician in to install it, because you're not allowed to install your own electronics here in Australia, or electrics. That looks good. How does wiring go? Up through here, huh? Oh, up through here. Okay, yeah, no, we got places for wiring. That is step 2. Let's go back to step 1 for a second and try to put this back in. Whatever. Is that? Oh, that was the wrong screw. Whatever. These are all countersunk screws, and I don't think they're meant to be. Oh, no wonder. No? No, there it is in there. Alright. Is this PC a beast, Phil? Why the ellipses? Did you just get hacked? What are we talking about? Sorry, cat on the keyboard. Huh? Oh, you're talking about Cox. Okay. Alright, that's what happened. Big back. Especially rants. What? I've never been able to watch 4-hour stream before. Yeah, I'm not much of a stream watcher either. Top Gear was more free and open in my opinion. Actually, I think it's different. Capel Peter, before that goes away. I'm going to actually counter that with the exact opposite. I think it was too free in Amazon. Because a lot of the jokes they had for Top Gear was trying to stick within all of their requirements and whatnot, and that made it funny. Because they were told, like, oh, cars are terrible and all that sort of stuff, and a lot of their humor was about rebuking that. And it was just... I mean, they were hardly ever actually technically correct, but it was still funny to watch them go against that sort of stuff and try to fit within the BBC rules. Art through adversity, I think, is the term. They did a very good job of making it entertaining and used it to their betterment. Whereas with Amazon, they could do anything. So they kind of had to manufacture the difficulty and all that sort of stuff. So it became too easy and not very interesting. Like, for instance, their budget was so much higher, so they never had to do anything that required them to be creative about how do we deal with this budget issue and then incorporate that. It was all about, like, well, now we can do this, so let's try to find a way to make it entertaining. And things started to feel more and more contrived. They even had that one episode, which is a bit of an insult sort of thing. But, was it the... No, it wasn't the Scandi flick. No, it wasn't. It was the one where they put the Bentley up against the... I think it was a Caterham? And... something like that. And they ended up on, like, a weird French highway thing that was being built in the ocean or something like that. Like, I can't remember what it was, but they were like, we don't know what this episode is, so we're going to do this. Kind of like poking fun at the audience that were dissatisfied with how the show had changed since going to Amazon. It was like, no, I feel that it isn't actually as great as it was. It was still good, but it wasn't as great. I wasn't like every single episode like, hell yeah, there's a new episode, let's go watch the new episode. It was kind of like, oh yeah, there's a new Grand Tour, has anybody watched it? Like, that sort of energy about it. Funny how people can just be like, you're my cat now. Are you talking about cats that run away? I said my cat's name, and I have my keyboard on my laptop, blah, blah, blah. Oh, you're talking about cocks. Huh? That was the Grand Tour Croatia, was it? What cars did they have during that episode? I think we're going to remove this fan, because I'm not going to use this fan. I'm going to use quieter ones. I hate the screws that go into fans. Or at least doing one to a, for lack of a better word, a virgin screw hole. They're so hard to screw in. Oh yeah. I think Thermaltake do a really good job of their designs and whatnot, but they don't make the quietest of fans. I'll get the other fans in a bit. Now, let's start gutting at least the cables for now from the old case. I think we're done with drill bits for now, so we can put those away. Seven? Really? 7, not 7.5? That's 7.0, alright. If you say so. I notice what's happening now. My main monitor, with the way I have the cables looped around, occasionally it'll blip a little bit of a signal from my capture card through the pass-through, and then my monitor will go, oh, there's something happening, and then it goes, no, and then that's what's flickering on and off in my peripherals. I know what you mean. The moment a special was announced on Top Gear, I used to freak. Oh yeah, the specials were special. They just... I think making every episode a special kind of cheapened the experience a bit. ADTT and the Aerial Nomad. Did they ever do an Aerial TT? Aerial TT? Audi TT. I always feel like I'm gonna cross-thread it. Not sure. Your dog is just staring at me? Yeah, she'll do that, which is why I can't have her beside me. She has to be behind me. I can't stand it. If I know it. Power cables. You're all good. You're all done. Yeah! Yeah. Alright. Yeah, we'll take that out. And we'll take you out, and we'll properly mount you this time. Has this got a thing on it? It does. Okay. Yeah, alright. We'll take... Oh, I hate these power connectors on the GPU, because they're like split as well. Yeah, we'll try to route this properly as well. CPU is going to have to stay in there because I can't reach it. You come out. Does this have a drive bay for my 5 1/4? It does not. Well, if I ever need a CD, it's going to have to be an external drive, which I have. Let's take out the GPU. And we're going to do a little bit of drive hopping now, because I'm going to take out the Linux drive, and I'm going to clear out another... This is why I don't like M.2 drives, by the way. I wish they were a connector. I know that the length might be a little bit of a hassle, but my god, I hate these. Because if I want to take a drive that's, say, underneath this and switch it out or anything like that, I have to uproot so much, including the GPU, which is a real pain in the dick to take out. Like, it was such a tight for this GPU that, against this heatsink, that I had to take the back plate off of it. Not the smartest idea, but otherwise it wouldn't have fit. Where's... Oh, and the back plate also hid the thing that I'm looking for at the moment. The tab. Ah, the screwdriver's not long enough. Do I have a chopstick here? I do. Let's use that. Okay. Nope, hold on. Okay. Is that out? Yeah, there we go. Okay. The kaput is out. And let's take out the USB adapter. Out. Oh, come on. Yeah. There we go. You could stay in. Let's switch out the drive. I'm going to be on Windows for a little while, and I'm going to take everything I need off of this drive. And then I'm going to format it and make my new Linux install. I think this time I'm going to go with Mint. Pop! OS was fine, but I ended up just hitting walls with Pop! OS, so I'm getting rid of Pop! OS for now. I should probably put it in the main M.2 drive, but I don't think that really matters, to be honest. Is this a magnetic screw? Kinda is. Yeah, it is. Also, I hate these fucking screws. These are the worst idea in the world. Like, you take something out, and then you've basically lost it. But yeah, this has a lot of things on it, but I can get rid of that. This is my Windows drive, so that'll be staying in. Lovely Kingston unit in there. I think we're all good to start putting the power in the other area. See, this has one of those units here, but I'm going to get a 5 1/4 one because I can get a 5 1/4 chassis cage sort of thing like this, and then put it in the front here eventually, and then I can have a 5 1/4 full-size bay in there, and that's going to have extra USB and card readers in here, because I need CF and I need SD and micro SD readers. Alright, well, let's put you aside for now. And let's start routing power in. Huh. These are not identical on both ends. This is the main motherboard one. So which one goes into the motherboard? I didn't keep track of that. Shit. Oh. These are all populated. Huh. What the hell? Oh, okay. They're different sizes anyway. That makes no sense. Which one is this? Okay, well, let's have a look. That fits, and then I'm guessing then this one doesn't. Huh. I must have run into that when I was building it and not realized how weird it was. So the split side is the motherboard side. Maybe they're expecting to have a different power supply option in the future. Let's just put you here. You don't need to go far. Okay. Which one? They're labeled. Motherboard at the top. Okay, great. Does this top shield come off at all? No, it doesn't. Okay. I'm just going to have to struggle around it for now. Not great lighting in here. There we go. Then you'll come up around here somewhere and plug into the Mobo. I think. Does that even fit in there? Well, that's going to be a tight squeeze, but it will go in there, yes. Then Gapoo. Which one's the Gapoo power cable? Huh? I'm going to take off this jacket. It's getting a bit hot in here. Where did I put the GPU power cable? Oh, it was here. I find this weird. It has one power outlet, but it does all of the power it needs on one of the cables. Is that using it right? Because this thing has a slit thing. I was always assuming, until right now, that means that you're meant to plug all of them in if it takes all of the ports, pins. But should have I been using 2 power cables to go to the motherboard, to the GPU? Motherboard power often works off of 20 plus 4-pin layout, as power setups like your basic Dells and HP use 20-pin. Okay. So we have SATA power there, PCI CPU, and PCI CPU again. I believe these are different power rails. I'm going to try to have the CPU be on its own power rail. Is there any sort of idea? Maybe the motherboard is its own power rail as well. I don't know. You can go through here and power the GPU. The one PCI power to multiple PCI power cables are perfectly fine for low power GPUs. It's not really what I have. I have a 3080. Maybe I should rectify that. Where are the power cables for this? I'm going to quickly pop off and see if it's in one of these rooms over here. I don't think I'll be able to find it so easily. It's Corsair. I don't have much Corsair stuff, so it'll be easier. Oh, wait, is that it? Nope, that's thermal take. Actually, hold on, let's have a look. Hey, that's the sort of power things we need. PCIe. What else we got in here? Show me all the goodies. That's a dual. And that's a dual. Okay, they're all duals. I wonder if this is going to give me the performance I want. You guys can hear me down this end of the house, right? Like, I'm literally on the other side of the house. I got music coming in, but I don't know whether the microphone's coming back. Also, Pippa's waiting by the door. She's still in the room. Can you run one PCI per socket on the GPU, which is... you can also run one PCI socket per, which is typically done. As we have discovered with the problematic... Oh, okay, yo, sorry, you're talking about the super high-powered. Yeah, no, this isn't a super high-powered one. I doubt that we got the same thing here now that I think about it. I think the 3090 was fine. This is a much shorter cable. Oh. Wasn't that more the connector problem than the wires problem per se? Okay, you're through. No, no, that's fine, that's fine. Oh, I don't think it is shorter, actually. I think it might be the same length. This is going to be a multi-part stream, or one big stream. I should be mostly done by the end of today, and if it's not done, I will do it in my own time, because I have to go in 2 and a bit hours. I know, I do dilly-dally a lot. Oh yeah, no. CPU power is still in here, because I couldn't get to it. Alright. Let's look at taking her out. I also don't have enough standoffs on this motherboard as well. I can't see where... Come on! Did I have a long Phillips head? I did. Is this magnetic too? Please be magnetic. Frick. Hard mode activate. Luckily this new one should have a breathing space at the top of the computer. Alright. What are we looking at now? If you're wondering what that thunk is that'll happen occasionally, that's the back case deforming. Okay. Feels like there's still a screw on the back. What do we got? Oh yeah. I can feel it, there's one around here. How did I even do that, honestly? How's that possible? Alright, now I can see a little better now. Wait. I wonder... No, okay. The cooler is not done this way. That's right, I remember now. I shone it through this way to see where the screws were and everything. I still can't see around the power connector, though. I love Noctua, but I bought the wrong one. Or at least, I didn't have the right case for it. Where is this screw? There is a screw in there, right? Okay, I see one by the RAM. Oh, okay, there's a power connector in the way that I can't see around. There it is! I don't think I can reach that from here, can I? No, that doesn't reach. How did I do this screw up? What? Using the screw was a screw up. How far down can I get from here? Ah, close. I used to have extra long screwdrivers. But I don't know where they went. And I don't think they were that long. Like all connected to one cable plug into the GPU. Sorry, I'm not very techy. I wonder if there's something to be said for the top being concaved in. Let's not do that again. Okay, now let's try getting a screwdriver in there. Now I need that back. It's also magnetic. Can I just leave it there? No. So close. Oh! Oh, wait. This isn't magnetic, is it? Alright, we'll just bring it up then. Is this the same song playing again? Sounds the same. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's the last thing. Oh, that was a mistake. Oh, also you, huh? Okay. What a shit show that was. Can I get that screw back? Thanks. Was this only held in by 4 screws? Damn. That's a bad. Don't do that. Do as I say, not as I do. Alright. I could have so many more standoffs this time. Alright. I'm gonna need the back plate. Which unfortunately this one doesn't have any sticker on it. So it's just gonna be blank. Let's hook this back up. Good. Okay. Now. What was that? Did something just fall down? No. That was a mistake to lean that over, but alright. Yeah. So now, can you just go there? Thank you. Oh, you're in the way. There we go. Alright. Oh. There is no support screw up in the top right corner. Huh. I thought it was weird that there was like a standoff here, but not here. But there is no screw here. There's no standoff right until the bottom. Which this doesn't have. Okay. Let's... Fuck it. Put you down that way. And I'll grab a standoff from here. I don't have the right screws to fill up all the standoffs anyway. But oh well. I also don't have the right tools to put it on either. I can't even find the wrong tools at the moment. Ugh. Everything's here. It's a mess. Never ended up using you. You're all fine. You're not there. Where is my shitty flip out pliers? Oh, there they are. Yeah. You need to come out. There we go. Thank you. This case is cooked. Okay. Oh, it's got all of the grounding screws. Almost. Got a bunch of them. But it doesn't have non-grounded holes. So this one down here is not for grounding. So they just don't have the standoff. Immediately becomes difficult. Is it cross-threading? I believe these are meant to be standardized. Alright, that'll do. I feel like this is just playing the same song on loop. What's happening? Oh, Nefix. No, we know Nefix. We move on from Nefix. Welcome, Jigace. My brother has done most of the PC building. Oh, okay. They're not particularly hard, but now you get these small dedicated connectors on the PSU and GPU that reduces the amount of cables needed, but has a lot of power being pushed through them. Yeah. How you doing? Still got a bit to go. Hey, close. There we go. Now it's all the way down. Let's... It's weird, it's got the holes here, but not on the motherboard. Very strange. 2 at the top, 2 in the middle, 1 just below in the middle, and then 2 at the bottom. Cool, I might also fill that one in. I think this is going to be the first time since being a kid that I've had at least all of the standoffs. God damn it. Right, we'll take you then. Yeah, okay, no, you don't want to come off. What about now? There you go. If you're wondering why these are so hard to put in and out, is because they'll paint it and fill in the thread with paint. So you kind of have to like tap out the paint as you're screwing it in. So you've got this one here is missing. And then we are good. No. Oh, it really doesn't want to go in. Nope, hold on. There we go. And it's always so nerve-wracking because it feels like you're cross-threading. Nope. Oh, no, hold on. Come on. And now it just doesn't want to go at all. I'm left-handed, so this will make it a lot easier. Oh! Okay. Alright. Did that case come with stuff? It did, didn't it? Oh, don't tell me they had standoffs in here. That would be funny. I think it came with 2 bags, didn't it? Or am I... No, I'm confusing the bundles with that. There is standoffs in here. Damn it. Whatever. Not like I'm really going to reuse that case anyway. I have a spare case already. Okay, let's just compare this to a standoff to make sure that it's the right type of screw. Okay, yep, that's the right sort of screw. Let's start screwing this shit up. Oh. So the corner one, there's not even a standoff that fits there. The standoff I put in is for nothing. Alright. Thanks. We got 4 screws. We should use up the screws that I have already, so I'm not... Oh, no, they're looking a little bit chappy. Let's get clean ones on there. Don't want to eventually end up with stripped heads on all my screws. I got them anyway, so there's no... And they can be backups. Alright. But now you... upgrading or just changing case. Here, just changing case and putting in an old drive to repurpose. A drive that I was using beforehand, but... not, What? What's happening here? But I've taken out for the Linux drive. Damn it! Really? Does it just need to be pushed harder? Okay, yeah, it just needs to be pushed a bit harder. Or maybe not? Oh, fuck, I don't know. I think that's in good. Oh, right. This one's not magnetic. Good. Whatever. What? There is the standoff there. What's happening? Maybe I'll loosen things up a little bit. I think I made the mistake of tightening everything down. Like you. I feel that you might maybe just the wrong screw. Oh, yeah, I think I did grab the wrong screw for that one. So I've stripped one of the standoffs. Or cross-threaded. Please don't screw out the standoff. Damn it! Yeah, I should have seen that one coming. Fuck, that was a dumb mistake. I knew I shouldn't have pushed it, but I was like, I just want it done. I started to rush. I made mistakes. No, stop twisting. This is gonna have to come out. Come on. Really? I could get vice grips. They'd have to be really... I do have tight, like, needly vice grips. There we go. Holding it tight enough now. All I have to do is slice up my hand. Okay. I don't think I've ever made a mistake like that before. You're not going to be able to pick that up. That's a first for me. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that happened. That does actually look like the right sort of screw. I just cross-threaded it. Wasn't able to find it correctly. Is that all of them? I think it is. Okay. Alright, you come out. I've lost it again. How did I... I'm a fucking magician. Eh. I'm not sure what these Linux questions are, because me, myself, I'm not super proficient with Linux yet. I'm having to strip it out of the hole because I fucked up the threads on the other side. Alright, you're gone. There you come. Let's try to refrain from making that mistake again. And you couldn't really leave it, because the next time you go to take the motherboard out, it'd be a much bigger problem. And you would have forgotten about it, and you'd crack the shits. Or at least I would. I don't know about you guys. Yeah. Patience has historically never been my strong suit. It's gotten better. But you know, I do tend to get snippy. Alright, let's start these again. Screwdriver, LTTstore.com. No, I don't have an LTT screwdriver. I don't really think I like ratchet screwdrivers, personally. And in much better that time. This is doing well. You really like SteamOS? But as an operating system on a desktop? I considered it when I was first going to switch over, and I was like, wait, no. What the hell? I need DaVinci Resolve and all that sort of stuff, and I know that there's an option to go to desktop version, but then I realized I'm also switching between games and desktop apps like Visual Studio Code, so I don't need that stuff. Yeah, I didn't need that extra, I don't know, would you call it bloat? For, yeah. Is that the wrong sort of screen? No, now it's going in. Yeah, that's in. Oh, I have access to the top. This is also... Oh, sorry, also? This is always a problem I had with that case, is top access. I hated it. I tried to put fans on the top as well, and they'd never fit around my CPU cooler. And then I got the giant CPU cooler and even had less of a chance. I wonder, am I meant to be using button heads or the ones that have a flat brim around them? I think I'm meant to be using the button heads without the brim. Which one goes into a standoff? There's a standoff. If you have something that's similar to a standoff, is it standoffish? Yeah, let's do a comparison. Yep, I think that's where I fucked up. Immediately I could tell that it's not the button heads to use. It's the buttons with the brim. Okay, I think that's where I went wrong last time. I don't know which one I used though. There we go, thank you. Now with a much bigger case as well, I might be able to return the second fan onto here. But my CPU doesn't get that hot. It's really with BeamNG, even though it's CPU intensive, the GPU. So maybe I'll leave it. Oh, that doesn't line up well. But it's going in. I don't think it's going in straight. Oh no, it is. I just don't have the room to move my fingers around much. There we go. Is that in? How much does this have to screw? There we go. Alright. Button it down. Good. Ah, yeah, and this one's the wrong one as well. No wonder this one was done so quickly. I need one of those magnetic trays, or like a bunch of those magnetic trays sometimes, for putting screws down. That way I can put them out and not worry about them falling over. Falling off. Spilling? Spilling. And then this one doesn't want to work. Okay, so maybe it is a big one. Let's try that again. Weird that this one would be different from all the others. Oh, okay. I think I just had it cross-threaded last time. Weird. That is different from the others, though. There we go. Good. 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 Okay. Done. Let's route this power supply. Then we'll route these whatchamacallit cables. The cables for power buttons and OSPs and stuff. Doggo's getting the grumbles because she wants attention, because she keeps hearing me talk, and when she hears me talk she thinks that I should be talking to her. Because when I'm talking to her, I'm giving her attention. She loves it. She's an adorable dog, but she's very needy. Okay. Let's gently rotate her around a bit. And what are you? You're SATA cables. Okay, I don't need you. There we go. That's how we'll run you. Can't see shit. There we go. Okay. That's good. Let's stick on There's like a tray on the back here. Very gently for this, for the SSD that I got here. This has a bunch of low requirement stuff, so all my 3D modeling is on here. Cheaper, 1 terabyte drive, not the fastest, but it doesn't need to be. You know what, you'll be in the way there. Let's go over here. Okay, you stay in, huh? Oh. This is a problem. So these go this way, and this is my power connectors. And my SATA connector. They both go that direction. Huh. How? What? I can switch this out, so that's not a problem. We'll put that to the side for now. What is this terrible design? It goes right in the middle of the power connector. It says SSD on it. This is meant to take the SSD. What CPU? I don't remember. Some like mid-range AMD thing. See, even if I use one of these ones, it's still got like the thing in the middle. What is this terrible design? L-shaped SATA and power connectors are always stupid. Not always. But even if it's not this one, this is your other option. The same thing. That goes that way. So if we line up the screw holes, like it's still in the way. What? Do I run it this way, maybe? You know what? Maybe it is this way. But even there, it's like, it's tight. That's a tight fit. That is a tight boulder. Okay. Yeah, they kind of fit that way. Not brilliant. But it could still work. Alright. Is it these screws? Or is it different screws? You can always just toss your SATA SSD in your case and not probably... Yeah, that's what I had previously. So it doesn't fit in there. What about you? With a brimmed button hat. Yep. Okay. Come on. Oh my god. Oh my god. Screw you. There we go. No pun intended. That was just all natural. Do I have enough of these screws? I think I'm running a bit low on them. Can there be a channel on the Discord just for pics? General or junk in your trunk? Then there's more specific ones. I suppose I could go and make more. I just don't want to have like a massive, huge list of things. If you're also in a voice chat, you can just retcon one of those chats that are in there. If you don't know, in Discord, instead of clicking on it, there's an extra little thing there where you can input text directly for that thing. Good, okay. 2 more. A lot of cases have several spots where an SSD can be screwed in. Is it possible where an SSD can be screwed in? Is it possible where there's somewhere else you could mount it? I'm so dyslexic, I think I stuffed up the lines there. The voice channels also function as text channels. Yeah. There is, but I wanted to use this conveniently supplied thing. If I plug in the last one, it's also going to point downwards. It'll be fine. We'll just coax the cable. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, let's get it in. This really should have been lower. This is not the brightest idea. There we go. It's not great. Alright. I have extra SATA cables. Wait, hold on. They're omnidirectional. I wonder. Where is the connector on this side? Ooh. Okay, no, that's not gonna work. I have this one here. Just conveniently that I'm not using a 5 and a whatever drive this time. This build. I think this is the first time I've bought a computer case that doesn't come with a drive bay. But I'm going to be putting one in anyway. Like an extra $40, but whatever. Could make something. How's this go? Good. Alright, so what port are these meant to go into? My mobile specs are on... Damn it. The, on that drive I just took out. I think it's meant to be here, though. At the bottom. Okay. That's good. Let's plug in this motherboard. But let's also support the motherboard as we plug it in, because there's no support under it. Because that's just how they thought it should be for some reason. There we go. There we go. Good. I post pics of junk in your trunk every day, but people also talk in there, and I would like a channel so I can look at other people's pics without having to sift through them. What? Because if it's just a general picture thing, you're gonna have the same sort of thing. No, I'm very dyslexic, beardy. So I have problems with reading. That's a me problem, and I know it. I just live with it. It's alright. Alright, so what do we got here? On the top we have 2 USB 2 and a USB 3. Alright, so which ones are USB 2? Is it this? No. Is it one of you? Yeah, it's one of you. Wait. Oh, no, it's not you. Oh, I got it wrong. There we go. That's a USB 2. Yeah, I'm going to run this through the back. I think I'm also going to take off this. This just seems like something that's just going to get in the way and cause problems in the future. Maybe I should have done this before I started putting the motherboard in. It's a little bit of a tight fit now. Thanks. Yep, no, good. Good for you. Okay. Yeah. I wish I had a smaller SATA ribbon cable. We'll power you up in a bit. For now, we're just going to move you out of the way. You know, one thing that irks me is the motherboard power button stuff. It's always the same thing. It's always hard drive LEDs, power LEDs, power button, and reset button. But they've never standardized it. Why? Okay, that's USB 3, that's USB 2. One of them's audio, right? Yep, that's audio. Yeah, I think I was plugging in the wrong one earlier. Is that the one I want to go through? You know what? Audio can go there. Yep, HD audio goes through that hole. Good. Then the other two connectors go through this hole here. It's a bit hard to get through, but it'll squeeze through eventually. There's other cables in the way, making it a bit difficult. There we go. Good. Then, which one is for you? Alright. That's everything routed terribly. Yeah, no, you're fine. We'll just run you behind everything else here. There we go. Sorry. Hopefully that's not too bad for your microphone. Oh, sorry, for your headphones. Yeah, okay. This is good. Well, let's put them in. I also lost the header for this motherboard, so everything's going to have to be put onto the motherboard manually. And I was right about the USB connector. USB 3. Are you USB 3? I think you are. Ah, that's why you're being problematic, huh? There we go. I know there's a USB header there. I'm pretty sure that I can go into here. You know what this song is kind of slightly reminiscing me about, like a chill version of? It's reminding me of... this is my horse is amazing. Give it a lick, it tastes just like raisins. Okay. Now, HUD audio. Don't want any of that standard definition audio. It's gotta be 1920 by 1080 audio. Alright. These cables look a little bit jank, but they're fine for now. Alrighty. P-LED. HD LED. Positives. HD LED. Is this Nefix? Nope, wrong thing. Yep, it's Nefix. I knew it. Yep, we get it. It's not a Christmas song. We're fixing an exhaust leak that is 10,000 times easier than building a PC, lol. Oh, this is not that hard. It's just I'm taking my time. Also, practice. I've got a lot of practice with this. We're also very close to being done. This cable, though, sucks. You know what? I think I have the layout for the motherboard on my phone. What's that? Nope. How do I look at the PDFs that I have on an iPhone? Files? Browse? Downloads? No? Hey! $2! Thank you, Dylan, again! Jesus, bro! We're up to 35 bucks because of you. Pix channel when? Alright, we'll do... Oh, no, there we go. I'll put it at the bottom of gaming and other stuff. For now. We're right next to PC building. Channel name. We'll make it... I don't know what to call this. Pix. We'll just call it Pix. No, okay. Text, voice form. Okay, cool. Create channel. There you go. Pix channel. Is it just going to keep showing me new? Thanks. I don't... Yep. Cool. Alright, it's just going to show me new forever now, apparently. Yeah! Alright. I had to make a custom copper gasket. They keep blowing probably the 4th time I fixed it. The engine mounts are a bit sad. So the exhaust moves, yeah, that'll be it. There are a few other things that can cause that sort of stuff. Obviously, cheap gaskets that are not made very well. Though there can be expensive gaskets that are not made very well. So we'll just say not very well made gaskets. You should, but not required, have a flex joint in your exhaust somewhere. If not a flex joint, there's other sorts of exhaust joiners as well that have like a tapered ring sort of thing in the middle, and then it clamps down around that. What are the other things? Not tightening it down enough. A bad tune on the exhaust can, in a few different ways, cause it to go. So, for instance, if it's overrunning a lot, that'll cause it. Not backfiring, because that's out the intake, but you get the idea. Spitfiring. I think also, depending on the gasket type, running too rich can also cause the gasket to deteriorate. Too much water coming through the engine can also apparently cause it to go, which I'm not sure how that would happen, whether you have like a high amount of humidity in the air, or if it's the air coming up through the exhaust and then causing it to go in there and swell it and make it break up. Go in and look at the first picture. Buddy has lots of pics. We'll see. Oh god, there's already a fuck ton of pictures in here. Awesome, thanks. Alright. I could have sworn I had stuff on my phone. That's Kogan. We've got a few more now, but none of those. Maybe I don't have it. Download favorites? No. Alright. I can just make out what's written on here. No, I can't figure that out. Alright, I'm going to need to look up the motherboard. X570. Phantom Gaming 4. ASRock, Phantom Gaming 4. Nope. Support. Nope. Manual. User manual. English. Global. Let's save it this time. Okay. Wait, do I have the book for this? Is that what I'm thinking of? I might be thinking that I had the book for this. Ah. The book will be somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still in the process of moving things around. Okay, so 27 front panel. Wait, no, that's not right. Ah, there we go, 18. Oh, good, that has it on it. But do we have a better picture? System board panel. Here we go. This is the one that I wanted. System panel header. Alright. HD LED. I just hate getting this wrong. I remember getting this wrong a few times and then being like, I'm never going to take this lightly ever again. Thank you. $2 more and eyeballs. Sure. Alright. Body has a lot of picks, yeah. Too much back pressure? I don't... You'd have to have a ginormous amount of back pressure, and that'd have to be caused by, like, I'm gonna call it a backfire. It's not a backfire, but you get the idea. A backfire is when something goes out the way it's meant to go in, like the intake. Not so much of a problem these days, but it used to be a big thing for, what do you call it? A big thing for... carburetors. P-LED. We need the P-LED positive and negative. Obviously, they'll be, separated. Thank you! Hey!
How do you manage the complexity limits regarding CPU processing on your mods?
I try to minimize what it is that I'm doing. I'm going to be doing some more stuff with raycasting in the future. Apparently raycasting is not very efficient, especially in BeamNG. So I'm going to try to minimize that. But we're going to be doing some stuff with that soon. P-LED. There we go. P-LED, positive and negative. Which one's positive is on that side, and negative is on that side. Okay. Otherwise, I don't really have a problem. I just try to... like, sometimes I don't really usually show it on video because it's a lot of just, like, sitting there and thinking of how I could rewrite. But I will go through and think of how I can minimize the amount of lines of code. Minimizing the amount of code lines is good for just reducing the amount of work that needs to be done. It's not always a one-to-one, so you got to be a little bit careful, but now we have power button. Hey, thank you. Give me a second.
He is trying to out-donate me.
Give me a second. Hold on. I didn't actually look at see how much it was. Reset. We'll do reset first. Power button to the ground. Oh, with the $5, yeah. Reducing the amount of lines of code. So in the JBeam itself, it's more about just limiting the amount of nodes and beams that you have. Triangle's a little less important. As for Lua, though, yes, minimizing the stuff there can be effective, but that's where it gets a little bit more murky. A body of mine has a few high oh! Is it going to read?
Canon will out-donate you. 3. Also she, not he.
Oh, okay, she. Alright, sorry. A buddy of mine... that was $20. Fuck me, thanks. A buddy of mine... has a few high complexity tow trucks, but they lack some of their nicer features because of the complexity limits. Sorry. My brain is fading on me now. I can't absorb information that well. A buddy of mine has made a few high complexity tow trucks, but they lack some of their nicer features because of the complexity limits. Oh, there's limits on the complexity? They're probably trying to minimize the amount of impact on the computer. If that's what you're getting at. Pounds is worth more than dollars. Fuck me, we're up to $88 on this stream. That's a lot. Maybe slow it down a bit. You don't need to. Though I do remember I had this one thing. I was never really a stream watcher. I never have been. But I was doing it with this... I went onto this one guy's stream. He was from Weekly Weird News now. I don't really watch them so much anymore. But this is because their episodes just got really way too long. And they tend to go on about a singular topic way too much for my personal taste. But I still think that they're cool. But I went to this one guy's stream, and then I would get into, like, bit donating wars. So the moment somebody would donate, I would just donate that +1. And then that was sort of like a bit of a thing up. I never really went into big numbers or whatever. I think I probably gave them all together maybe like $100 over 6 months. But then he started doing like a, if you want to join in, donate this amount. So I'd always donate just a little bit short and then be like, hey, no, if you did that, you'd get the thing to join in. So I'd be like, oh, okay. And then I respond with like the gap difference in the bits. And be like, no, you meant to donate the whole amount. And then it would work. And then I would donate the other lesser amount to be a part of it as well. And I would just frustrate him with that. I don't know if it was a particularly good thing, but I found it funny. I never was much of a participator. I wasn't really much into the streams at all. I just found that funny to do. So... GPU will probably go on next. Or... what do we got here? Maybe I should put in the USB card. This has always been very intermittent for me. I thought I'd buy one that's slightly more expensive. So I bought this one. It was like, I think, $45. I paid more for it. And it was still intermittent. Why are USB cards so shit? This is not the first one I bought either. So if you go there, you're going to fit in there, and you're going to take out that slot. I remember back in my day, and I hate that they've gone this route, these were all detachable and screw-inable. There is, blanks that they gave us to, like, blank out the holes again. But they just used to all be that, and I hate that they're not anymore. There we go. I hate that they're breakaway. I just really irritates me. Because the difference in metal is not a whole lot. I suppose it is technically, but... ugh. I feel that there could have been a better solution than that. The amount of times where I've just like broken off something and then eventually later on I take the card out or whatever, because PCI cards just are shit. They suck. They're all made by like the worst companies. You can see where the water fell on this. To be fair though, it hasn't dropped in quality since I spilt water on it like a month ago. Why don't you want to go in there? Are you too good for your home? What's going on? I told it to do rock and roll, but this feels more like metal. Good. Okay. It's just very tight up against the back panel area. Very, very tight. Okay, are you the right sort of screws? Let's try you out. Let's give you a shot, eh? Alright, good. the badges are black on black background. Yeah. Maybe I should fix that. Because I also use dark mode. What are you talking about? You're Jesse on Discord. You've sent some pics. What are we looking at? Oh, okay, IRL stuff, good. Got a BMW 3 Series, probably like a 320 or 335 or something. And then an MR2. MR2s are so goddamn expensive these days. I recently saw one that was... what was it? What was on that thing? Oh, that's right, yeah. So it was the same that she'd posted there, the second body form of the MR2, and it was selling for 22,000 Australian dollars. Now, I don't think they're going to get that much. Recently, they have been about like 15 to 20, but not over 20. Previously, before the explosion, they were sometimes in bad condition, about 5,000 Australian dollars, and then in like a good condition, they were about $10,000, which was still overpriced. She's in my house? Oh dear. For 750 bucks? God, what country do you live in? Hold on. Did you leave number plates in? Can I see what country they are? Well, I don't think it's Australia because you don't have a number plate on the front. And the front almost looks a bit like a Fiera for some weird reason. Yeah, I don't see it. I always kind of wanted one because I wanted a mid-engine car. But I'd never really felt much for it. But then I saw my first MGF, like, in 2009. I ended up eventually buying it. Then, wife took it in the divorce, which was fine. Because we traded her car to get that car. But, yeah. Is that slot gonna work for the graphics card? Where does it fit? Oh no, it does fit. Okay, it's a 2-slotter. So let's take off this slot here. Oh, by the way, if anybody is here from Australia, but specifically South Australia, there's an anime and gaming convention. I think it's heavily most like they like anime. Called AvCon, and I'm not going to be performing like on stage or anything. Like, I'm not doing any stage stuff this time around. Probably will next time around. I didn't want to overcommit this time, but I'm going to be going there as a content creator guest invite person thing. Blah! It's not a huge convention, but I used to go to it a while ago, and I wanted to go again, and then they were saying, oh yeah, we're doing content creator stuff, and I was like, I'll apply for that. Most people going, though, are, what just happened? Why did... YouTube broke? Weird. The website, in the middle of just being a website, just went, this website doesn't work? I've never had that before. The MGF is mid-engine? Yes, it is. So yeah, I will be at AvCon, and you can come see me there. You're actually living with Phil, or are you just joking? Nobody lives with me, I live alone. Well, I have my actual dog sitting next to me being pet. Mine's over there. Half sleeping, half looking at me. Hey, everyday Phil Mando? What? The MGF is... I posted some more pictures of my car. Sure. We'll have a look at that afterwards. Alright, I'm back. How are we doing for progress? We are putting in the kappa. There is not a whole lot left to do. Watch me get to the last step and then realize I have to take it all out again because I didn't modify the case properly. Oh yeah, we got fans to put in as well. Yeah. So here comes my question again. The GPU, and basically all GPUs as far as I'm aware, are designed to blow air... Oh. Oh no! No, that's fine. It goes vertically on this one. There's not really any venting out this way. So I can reroute the fan to run that way. You're in the UK? Yeah, going to the UK just for AvCon would be overkill. Going from the UK to South Australia just for AvCon would be overkill. There's not much point in having fans here blowing onto the CPU. Do a little bit, but the CPU is not the big issue. I could easily turn this around, and I could easily, the fan that I put in here, have that face that way. But then we're not getting a lot of air in. What's this front case got? It would send all air down anyway. Downwards and outwards. So if I had all air blowing that way, we don't have a lot of airflow out. I could... So air comes out here. I could have a fan here to do the sucking out. Have one in here. Yeah. Is this the front cover? It's not, is it? That's the back cover. Where'd I put the front cover? fuck? Oh, there it is. Oh, it's a glass panel. Shit. Oh. I have a problem. Because I use my spare Noctua fan to call my GPU, which needs to be called more than my CPU anyway. And I have it blasting here to get into the fans. This doesn't do that. Your MR2 was kind of junked. I've been rebuilding it in my garage for 4.5 years now. That's a lot of effort, and you've done a very good job if that came from junked. Oh. I thought I had more spare fans than that. Turns out I was wrong. Ew. Have one spare fan. Let's just put you there for now. Nah. Oh, I have an idea. It's not perfect. I could stick a fan here to blow towards the things. The GPU fans. Where are my extra fans? I wanted more Noctua fans, but Noctua fans are phenomenally expensive. These Arctic ones are fairly okay as like a replacement or substitution. Yeah, substitution for Noctua. They're not perfect, but yeah. This has got a fan in there. It's not a quiet one though. What's happening? Where did my fans go? I'm confused. Oh wait, I didn't lose my header. I must have lost the header for the other motherboard. This one still has the P-LED header stuff. Ah, well. That's not the sort of fan I want. There's a dusty-ass computer case. So this fan... See, my GPU really does need extra cooling. I could also stick the fans on the underside. They didn't need to go the side I was showing. They also don't look like they're meant to be like full-size fans either. No power steering? Well, I mean, it's mid-engine. Do you really need it? There we go. How does that fit? What's the... That does have a lot of metal still in the way. This is not designed particularly well. Gotta be honest. It has the screw holes for a thing this size, but not actually the opening for it. That is the stupidest thing ever. I don't know if I can really show you this on camera either. It doesn't really work very well. But like, most of the fan would be covered up. What I could do is have this here. Then I have a 3D printer. It's on its last legs, but I could have it ducked that way into the car. I think I might have to do that. What's this? Why are you dangling out here? Oh, you're for the GPA. Alright. Yeah. Alright. We'll do that and we'll put the baffling in at a later point. On my own time. Where is... There it is. Okay, so it blows this way. If you don't know what I was doing, I was looking for... There's little arrows on most fans. And they will show an arrow that goes one or the other way to say which way the fan rotates, and then it has a directional arrow that'll go this way. This one is pointing this way, so that's how I know which way the fan goes. Yeah. I'm going to keep air flowing from the back to the front. It's not really ideal, but I think it's kind of have to work. I also don't want it particularly close to this, which is the exhaust. I'll create a baffle for that as well. Big giant fuck off screws! Oh wait, no. It's all gonna be in the enclosure. Shit. No, I can't run the air this way. Because I could just not run this housing. Because it is the back of the PC. I just kind of cover it up with a mesh or something if I ever do want to look back there. That's going to be blowing air that way. But it's also going to spread in here. Oh. I knocked this up. And that meant it didn't work. It's also clipping a lot. What if I talk now? Okay, there we go. Still clips a little bit. How's that for audio? Yep, that seems good to me. Sorry about that. Phil, you should have your microphone levels visible on display so you can... not the biggest monitor, but also... this isn't with all audio devices, this is just the audio devices I have it on at the moment. If I go to... this PC... it's black. Why is it black? Oh! Oh shit, well now it doesn't show the other ones. Fuck it. Hold on. Okay, nice. I'll take a picture of it. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, hold on. Yeah, we'll do this. I didn't want to do this, but we will. Yeah. There you go. That's the amount of audio devices I have. So I have to take up a large portion of the screen just for the audio devices. And I don't think I have the ability to rearrange that either. Can I? Can I rearrange my audio devices? I cannot. Ah! It's also very unusual for my microphone to stop working. I don't usually use this microphone either. Now I know what somebody was saying, like, how am I this useless with technology? I thought you were talking about my PC building. That's right, yeah, we're going to flip this around. Go. Hey presto. Oh, that's a dirty boy. Yeah. I knew I should have taken the fan out when I was blowing the computer case out for dust. I didn't realize I needed to take it out that badly. Yeah. Alright. Luckily the CPU is not really a massive heat generator in this rig. 'Cause that wasn't great. For now, I'm not going to put that in. I'm going to create a bracketry for this. Who knows, I might do it on the stream. And I'll 3D print it out. That's a fan header there, right? Yeah. Is it a fan header? Hold on. Do I still have it open on my phone? Please tell me I still have it open on my phone. Give me a minute. Okay. Yep, that is a fan header. Chassis fan. It just doesn't want to fit on very nicely. Why don't you want to fit on? Oh, there we go. Now you do. Just had to push you in a weird way. Alright. I wish I had more of these rubber mounts. There we go. 1 down. 2 down. 3 down. 4 down. Okay. Let's run this here. It's a very dust-prone area where I live. I've never lived in a place that creates so much dust as this does. I want this to blow that way. So that needs to be this way. What was I talking about while muted? I don't remember. Could I put the fan on the outside? Does that fit? Not that I really need to run this, but... Yep, that fits. That means I don't have to yank out these shock mounts. But they also just... they won't go in. Oh, there we go. Hey, there we go. Hey. Good. Okay. Oh, which one is which? Remember one of these is like a silent thing and one of them is normal one? I don't remember which one is which. I don't think it really matters. Okay, you suck air out now, right? Yep, good. You look in the frame, there should be an arrow showing? Yeah, I was already talking about that. That must have been part of the stuff that I wasn't talking about. Must be yapping. And the direction of the rotation? Yep. Before I put the GPU in, I just remembered I still didn't put in the power supply for this. And I have a grumbly pup who wants attention, but if I give it to her, then she'll want attention every time she grumbles, and then she'll grumble all the time. And then if I don't give her the attention that she wants when she grumbles, she'll think she's in trouble. Puppy rearing stuff. Is there no way to mount the fan here? I'm gonna double check. What do we got? Not quite. I could probably use some zip ties to get a fan in here. They've done a weird job with making this chassis case. Chassis case? Me do good, yes. Is everything plugged in? Okay. Now for the GPA. The single most expensive thing I own, aside from my cars. You're in. Yeah, you like this sort. No, you don't like this? No, you don't like this. What's happening? Let's try you in a different hole, see if you screw in. No, you don't like it. Okay. Not the right sort of screw. What about you? You look very similar but different. Are you the same thing? Yep, you're the same thing. Let's double check. Going into a different one. Yep, same thing. What are these countersunk screws? Weird. There's a lot of them. Let's try this. Try it, you want a blank hole to start with. No, you don't like it, huh? Oh no, you are fine. Okay, yeah, let's go with this one. Let's line you up. Barely see, it's so dark. Black on black, am I right? Hopefully it's better on camera. Though not that you would get a whole lot of resolution from that distance. Okay. That's fairly solid in there. Let's go ahead. And now we're going to split this up. Even though I don't need to. We're going to do it this time. All this does is probably obstruct the airflow more, and it's probably not actually helping me in any way, but whatever. There you go. Then second unit. Don't be a shit. There we go. There we go. In. Let's get you out of the way. So you don't get in the way of the fans. Actually, you're fine. It's just you. You want to be a problem child. Okay. What do we think? Are we happy with that? Just, that's where the fan goes now? That's where, oh wait, no, hold on. There we go. That's where the fan lives? You should do a just chatting stream where you just sit on the sofa with a dog and talk about random stuff while giving the dog attention. Yeah, I could probably do that. I could invite some people into a voice chat and we could, make it a thing about car news, because I've been thinking about bringing back that podcast thing that I did with the boys. Or the theys, or whatever. I don't know what they go by, to be honest. No, that's gonna hit that. But I suppose the cable holds it up for a little bit. Yeah, let's go with this. Now, where's another fan header? Oh, it's underneath the motherboard, the power supply. GPU, isn't it? Show me more. Oh, there's one down there? What the fuck? Where? Are you lying to me? What? It's right next to the USB 3 port. Oh, I've got something else plugged into it. Alright. I'm an idiot. No wonder I couldn't see it. Oh, it is under the GPU. Son of a bitch. Where's the one at the top? CPU fan, CPU fan. Chassis fan. Damn it! This has two outputs on it. Can I just use both of these outputs? That'd be fantastic. I bet you it's a different sort of connector, though. I bet you it's a CPU connector and not a chassis fan connector. Yep, that's what it's... Nope! Okay, yep, it works. Hey! Would ya look at that? Let's take you out. To rearrange these cables because they're kind of getting in the way of things. It wants to move towards the GPU fan, and I don't want things getting in the GPU fan. I have considered getting a Noctua version of this graphics card, but that is so expensive. Really, really expensive. What's going on? Ian Vulcan, welcome. You're getting here at the wrap-up of the stream, almost. I'm not going to do the first turn on. Oh, maybe I will do the first turn on, but I'm not going to do anything. That's so shit. That is one of the shittiest things I have ever done. But this GPU gets so freaking loud. Oh, I can move that down. Good, okay. As this air comes up and hits the window, it's going to splay this way. And then it's going to get re-pulled in by this. I wonder if it'd be beneficial to cut away at this here. It'd cut away the nameplate, but at least you'd get more air through there. I feel that that's covered up just for aesthetic reasons. What could you do? I could... No, that just gets in the way. There's just not enough room for everything there. I was going to say, I could run a shroud which like pipes the heat back to here and push it out through this. I think really the best option is to 3D print up a shroud that grabs all of these, this flow that I can get through here into this, use that as the mount to mount this on, and then that blowing directly at the fan stuff on the graphics card. But that's going to have to require me to come back on another day. If I'm to do 3D modeling, I'll probably do it on my Twitch channel and not here. You know what, for now, let's grab a 3D scan. Which one do I want, Scaniverse or Polycam? I'm going to go with Scaniverse. Why the fuck would you do that? You fucking piece of shit. It just tried to trick me into buying a thing. A subscription. Alright, Pippa, I know you want attention. There you go, good girl. Okay, yeah. Good girl. Is it? What time is it? Yeah, we're going to be going. In 10 minutes, I'm going to be going. So basically, the stream is done. We're going to be wrapping up now. Oh, that's the thing that's happening. Thanks for reminding me, Pepper. Good girl. You didn't know, did you? You just wanted attention. Good girl. LiDAR floor plan object. Good. Give me object. Okay. Oh. You're going to be doing that. No, I don't want that. I just want to scan a small thing. Alright, let's go back to Scaniverse. Let's try that out. Okay. Can we bring that in closer? Okay, 0.3 meters. Why have you frozen? You fucked up. Okay. Why don't you work at 0.3 meters? Let's go at 0.4 meters then. Okay. Oh, okay, it only just shows. Alright. And I'll use this to make the 3D model. This is scanning really fast. This isn't going to be a very good scan. All right, let's have a look. It gives me an idea of the working area, and then I can bring in the calipers and actually do the full scan, full detail stuff again. Yeah, it didn't even show this card at all. But yeah, that's the sort of thing I'm going to do, and then I'm going to make a shroud up. Should make it mount in there. So we at least have the scale down. All right, good. That's, yeah, it for the stream. I'm going to head off. He literally entertained me for 7 hours without me noticing. I've ruined your entire day. Or if you're in America, entire night. But yeah, thanks everyone for joining. Thank you very much. You guys have been so generous. Oh my god, I didn't realize that we made it up to basically 92 Australian dollars. That's a lot. That is a hell of a lot. So thank you to Gaming Capybara. Thank you to Dylan. Dylan did donate a heck of a lot more. Let's do the math here. 5, 6, 7, 5, 10, 14, 15, 19. Hold on, 19. 24 pounds compared to 27 Australian dollars. So yeah, fairly even. Wait, no. What is the trading price of Australian to British? I think it's nearly a 2 to 1, isn't it? We're not doing well here. Okay, apparently my face is too ugly. Was it 24? GBP to AUD. Yeah, that's 50 Australian dollars. Very much appreciated. Very, very appreciated. Goodbye, Shivi. Thank you for being here. Oman, thanks again for being here. Dylan, thank you very much. Great stream by Do the Face. This one? I don't know the face you're talking about. Seal, thanks, Philman, for the stream. Do the face... You've not clarified what it is that you're trying to ask me to do. Oh, my back and my everything's sore from being bent over all day. God, I'm old, aren't I? Very old. Very old. Yuck. I think I'm going to disconnect this fan. And the PC should just work as is for now. Let's do the peel as the outro. Let's turn the music off. I bet you it's going to get cancelled by noise cancellation. Well, let's give it a try. I was a little bit unsteady on my hands there. All right. Got another one on this side. We'll listen to this one. Static electricity, people. God damn it. Which way do we do this? Yeah, it goes this way. Okay. Got the screws here and here. Dunskies. That doesn't pull up on that side. Good. Yeah. Back to front case. So it's not perfect. What I was really hoping for is these would be orientated this way. But we have the buttons on the one side, we have all of this at the front, so that way I can put this under my desk, and all I have to do at most is reach in a little bit, and I can reach the power button still. This has been a huge gripe of mine, because I do so much I.O. changing that it's just not feasible to have. This is probably actually going to be detrimental to the airflow. Oh, I'm all about vanity, apparently. Yeah. Another time. But yeah, that's Oh wait, that was what the problem was. What? What? Wait. What? Fuck, I have to go. I hope you know this, computer. I have to go. Now, yes, the cables will be routing from the front around to the back for things like the monitors, but not all of them, because they don't all go around that way. Because I have a HDMI switch there, which I use to switch between capture and just running without a capture. PSU is at the back. Everything else are on the front. The amount of times you need to like unplug something and plug something back in what I do, such a pain in the ass. But there we go. That goes under the thing there. All my I/O on the front side, the way it should be. Why isn't the I/O on the front of everything? What the hell? Okay, that's it. We done. Hold on. Which one's outro? There we go. Goodbye.